go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning.
Welcome back to the FSL Showdown, brought to you by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Jaeger, joined by Quack, and we have some very exciting games for you today as well. Fighting for a prize pool of 650 SGD and 350 SGD for the second place as well. These teams are made up of Enigma Galaxy and X10C and RTS and Alter Ego and all the big girls. So you can expect some high quality play again for today. We have 3 best of ones for today, continuing on from the best of ones from yesterday, where we had 7, including 2 overtimes that felt like best of 3s. And at the end of the day today, we have a best of 3 for the top 2 teams. So that's what you have to look forward to today. And this is no longer Zayora with me, because she's grown up and become not only bigger but also male. Hello, Quack. How are you?
Wait, what an intro. Not only did she become bigger, but also male. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what she turned into. Oh, no, she's gonna be mad at you for that one.
She always is.
That's what happened yesterday. The overtimes, high quality games. I thought this was a showdown. I thought it was a show match, but the girls are just showing everyone up. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, when it's made up of the best of the best in most of these situations. The times that it went to overtime, both times it was Team 5 that got into the overtimes. They lost the first one, 18-20, but they won the second one. Sorry, no, they lost the second one, 1917. They really don't want to give up, but then at the very end, they seem to falter. That's Ayumi, Millis, Polly, Envious, and Ivory. They fight very hard. Ayumi puts everything into the game, and then, well, for everyone else, it was pretty much a bunch of 13-8s, 13-9s. We did get one 13-1, which is kind of strange, because Team 5. They go into 2 overtimes and lose, but when they do win, it's a 13-1. So it's I don't know exactly what you can expect in most of these situations. Team 4 have yet to win anything, but so far looking good is Team 1. Team 1 have been looking very good all day long, and I don't know. Team 5, they've been fighting very hard, but they have lost more than they've won, so it's not a good look for them either. But Team 3 as well, they've won 2. And they have lost 1 as well. So I think it's only Team 2. Yeah, Team 2 have won every game so far. But they have a game later on against Team 5. And then Team 4 and Team 1 are going head-to-head for the final game, which is going to be on Bind. So our next game is going to be Team 1 versus Team 3. That's Trix's team versus Britzy's team. And I have seen some nice agent lineups coming in from Team 3. Chloe has been using Chamber a lot. Ooh. And going into Haven, I can see the use for Chamber there. But Trix has been a very good IGL. I think she's been leading them out of a lot of these situations that don't seem very winnable. So I think you're going to get some good games coming into these best of ones today. And hopefully they show you a lot, Quack. They show you reasons to be here, reasons to stay. And your background looks super officey and very professional. And are you in a library? What's going on?
This used to be my dad's study room, and I just took over, set up on it, and I'm gonna use this as my backdrop now. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the Valorant professor, and I'm gonna give you a course.
It could work. You've got the glasses. The glasses say I'm smart. So and then binders. Yeah. Ring binders, they say I'm super smart. That's research paper. Research. Got that going on as well. Yeah, we're just waiting for the agent select. That's what, but we'll just make a little bit
normally of this face without the glasses, it's I have a stat of negative 20 intelligence, but the glasses help balance that out, so it helps a little bit. It's kind of like Cypher without his hat. He just looks like a bald dude.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You know what? I've never seen you without glasses, I don't think. So I can't imagine if you look like a different person if you're not wearing glasses. You know how some people, glasses become part of their identity, or wearing a backwards hat becomes part of their identity. So,
perhaps.
I one day I'm going to see you without your glasses, and I hope I still recognize you. But I know that at the end of the day, you'll still be an 11 out of 10.
What do you mean one day? Don't you mean tonight? What's going on? I'm messing with you. Every time we come together on a broadcast on a show, this happens whenever Jace is on. Oh gosh, sparks are flying. As it should be. I mean, we can talk about my glasses all day, but what about your hair, Jace? What about your hair? I remember sometime last year you tweeted out a picture of Attack on Titan when Eren had the whole new season with his hair tied back and
the
stuff.
new hair.
That's
I was inspired by Aizawa. When people relate it to Eren Yeager, of course my name is Jaeger, so they can't help it. At this point, my hair has reached Keanu Reeves. I can do this.
Oh,
Keanu. But that's the most I can do. It's not Raph levels yet,
Oh, yeah.
But we'll get there soon. Soon we'll have a Neri length, perhaps maybe a Luca length. We'll get there. We'll get to the length of the real professional gamers, and then I can get out of gold.
Jeez, the hesitation to say that out. But yeah, I mean
I feel so much freer now.
It's a weight off your shoulder. We do need that though. We want.
I started the season at silver, so it's always it's always nice to show the improvement. We're going for a short break as they solve a little bit of a problem, but when we come back, we're jumping straight into the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
And we are back in the FSL Showdown, and it looks like we are ready to go into the agent select and get ready with the players picking their agents. So here we see on Haven, Chloe not on the chamber this time. We did get a Neon player yesterday. It was Ginny, and she did a good job. She was top fragging, but unfortunately she did lose in that particular matchup. So perhaps we see a difference here. Of course, Ginny isn't here, and neither is Neon, so that point's completely moot. On to you, Quack.
Okay, fair enough. I think that would have been pretty fun to watch, though. I mean, Neon on Haven, it's such a small map that you could zip zap and zoom all over the place if that fits your playstyle. I mean, I know in my personal games I've messed around with Neon a little bit, and that's always fun. But granted, this is a show match. There is money on the line, and that's why these teams are still taking it rather I guess seriously, right? I love the fact that they are that tenacious that they don't want to give up games that easily. So that's kind of respectable. Still though, this is Team 1 versus Team 3. And that means that if Team 1 wants to stand a chance at qualifying for that grand final spot, they need to win this game. Team 1 being Trix's team, of course, right?
That is correct. They do have the 2 games going in, so including this one. They still have the chance to get into that top 2 spot. And the only one that's really threatening right now is Team 3.
And that's why we're pitting them against each other, I suppose. Perhaps, yeah, just like a quick rundown. I'm not sure if we talked about it earlier on, but Team 1 standing at 1 overall win so far from yesterday, and Team 3 are standing at 2 wins. And Team 1 will be playing another game later on, so if they can win both games, then they will definitely be moving on into grand finals. If not, well, then it's just going to be a little bit tricky, because the biggest contender right now for that grand final spot is Team 2, who are sitting on 3 points because they had 3 wins yesterday. Apparently, I'm missing out on a lot of stuff, but here we go. Game started with Team 3 on the attacking side. Margot as Reina. Just an incredible fragger overall, I guess. She used to play controllers a lot last year, but changing things.
She's moved on to the duelist role
moved
now.
on.
Ever since moving to Team 3, she's really come into her own role now. Yeah, it's nice to see the development that you get when you get these big player shifts. These are the official lineups now and the official team names, owned by, of course, by 3 Entertainment as well as 1 People. It's these are the official
People.
Yeah, Muffin being missing a shot towards K-Podiety, but too much. And go for a little repeat. Does a little bit of damage, a little exchange there, but nothing to write home about. And they're gonna reconvene with each other instead over towards mid. It seems perhaps a split towards the C side.
They're definitely noping the heck out of there. I mean, if there's a chamber on the other side of that wall, you don't want to peek into it. So moving in towards the C side, they will go. A nice little bit of a flash, but unfortunately the frag doesn't quite connect, at least until Muffin cleans it up. So along with that control over the site, they get the spike planted.
That was embarrassing. I mean, I say embarrassing. That was, I think, completely blind at that point, and that was a very unfortunate circumstance, missing all those shots. But it gets traded. That's what matters. Now the post plants for long. There's still a controller alive, so that kind of make things a little bit tricky. And they have just used a bit of utility. That's something that you want to use once it starts getting diffused. Here you go. Out goes the stun. That is actually not going to get diffused at all. Eliza with a double kill. And in the 2 versus 1, well, Muffin already in a crossfire, but it's going to be Chloe to shut down Trix. And a triple kill for Chloe in that round. Well played. It will be Team 3 taking the first round.
My goodness, they just made that quick adaptation, pushed over to C, and when it comes down to holding it post plant, I think Chloe, not only did she get the frags, she's bought quite a bit of time as well, using the aftershock just to stop them from crossing out of garage, I suppose. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, I guess they really just couldn't deal with it. Astra in round 1. The most, maybe you get 3 stars to work with, and sometimes, recalling them back and forth, you don't get the smokes ready. So you're gonna have to be a little bit careful and conservative on how you use those things. But here we go, streaming in towards the A site. It's just specters on specters on specters, and they should be able to spray and secure the site rather easily.
1 enemy remaining.
That Muffin getting so aggressive, pushing into heaven. There is a flank. Eliza's going to take that and over heals as well. There is a little bit of potential here, so they do have to play this as smart as they can. It is going to be an individual peak, but it does work out. And that is going to be a 2nd point on the board. They only lose 2 players, but that will be enough, I think, for Team 1. They'll be happy with that result. And now it should be the rifles coming out in the hands of Team 1. And let's see how Team 3 adapt to this situation.
Not too shabby, but yeah.
You're not too shabby.
Okay, before we start flirting again. Just want to point out really quick that the one difference I'm noticing in the two teams is that Chloe's on a breach. Meanwhile, I think what is it, Aphrodite? She's on chamber. So 2 initiators versus 1 initiator and 1 sentinel. That's kind of interesting. I think this just means that Team 3, they really need to win that many rounds on attack. Otherwise, they might have a tougher time on defense considering their agent composition. Still, though, going into it, Team 1 unable to actually hold off the push from going through. Right now, though, Elisa coming in from the back just might be the one to stop this push from going in. Chloe's still on a bit of a tear. Will not be able to finish things off. Trix ends it. And Team 1 steals away the bonus round.
There's a moment of hesitation there because she knew where that drone came from. I was wondering if the gun would already be out if she swung wide there. But I don't think that changed too much of the results that would have occurred in that situation. It is just better weaponry, and they will have a full buy in response for both sides. It should be. Aphrodite, I think, will have to get a drop. There you go from Casper, and too much will have to stick to a Spectre because they spent a little bit too much. But Team 3, they do have all 5 rifles available, and they have an ult in the hands of Chloe as well, which means Rolling Thunder could play a big part in the success of this round. See if they can make use of it, but 3 people holding that A site could be a problem.
I'm certainly curious about how they can hold it down. So far, Alyssa and March are doing it. Anyone that tries to push past will not be able to make it through. The Rolling Thunder was committed as well, but unfortunately everyone has been dropping dead. Alyssa with the triple kill now looking for the 4th. Chloe is in the worst possible position, pinned down. And Trix just denies that quadra, so flawless win regardless for Team 1. But yeah, no quadra for Alyssa.
I wonder if IGLs are like making notes when they're playing against some of their players. I wonder if Trix was looking at Chloe's position just then, and she was just thinking, you know, Chloe, you should have swung on that Reyna and then flicked to my head. I'm gonna remember that for our next scrim.
Remember that. I'm gonna give you notes and feedback.
Make sure you're out there trying to impress the IGL.
Nah, it's all fun and games. We're not gonna take notes.
No, I'm gonna cause some unnecessary friction.
Cause some unnecessary friction.
You know, the way that Muffin is just tracing her head through that box looks insane. It's like she can see. Like she can see straight through. Oh!
It's the, oh my god. New org buff. They're getting 2 quick frags now. And along with that, they just continue to hold it down, I guess. I mean, even with the tracing, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eco round, and it looks like Elisa's having a good time of it. She's peeking from garage. She's got 12 kills in these first 5 rounds.
God.
You know, she's to be happy about that. Meanwhile, it's Chloe leading the charge, and you do want to have a couple more kills on your Reyna and your on your Jet. Muffin's at 4. Okay, I mean, that's fine enough. And Margot need a little bit more. A lot of her utility is reliant on getting those kills. So Eliza setting up a Reyna diff at the very start of the game here, but that is just extra motivation for Margot to set herself well in these coming rounds.
Still, the main thing is that Team 3 are going to have to find some of those opening picks. Otherwise, you walk in blindly, and I guess you're just going to feed straight into Alyssa and her rain of bullets, trying to hold their position inside a garage now. And as soon as Casper comes back in thinking that it was clear, there goes the frag. Aphrodite makes it an even trade, however. You might just want to rotate back to another site. Yes, into A they will go.
Be a big flank. Margot's watching those rotations already, and Eliza
Oh, no.
not expecting it. Oh, that's scary for a second, but immediately traded by Trix. Nice shot there from Muffin, just to open up that site a little bit more.
Spike planted. One enemy
Unfortunately, even though it was a little bit opened, the Hunter's Fury will be the one that thins
Oh!
the numbers, and that leaves DRX, who unfortunately will not be able to stand up against Aphrodite's operator. So 4-2. Team 1 actually stands a pretty good chance, but yeah, I don't want to jinx it. It's still early.
I'm trying to think about what's going to happen once they switch sides, right? Because the same can be said for the fact that, yeah, you got 2 initiators. I like to have 2 initiators on Haven. It makes the attacker side just that much more intel-oriented. But then you're thinking, okay, you've got the Sentinel on the other side and just the single initiator. But how does that Sentinel come into play once you're on the attacker side? You can watch your flanks, absolutely, but having that operator when you're on the offensive can make things difficult because, I mean, let's face it, swinging with an operator can be quite difficult on the attacker side. Britzy gonna find a headshot to Aphrodite, and Eliza's gonna go down to a Sheriff as well. It's a very good start to this round with an eco, no doubt, and Trix won't commit to that smoke, but Casper will, and she gets punished for it. Chloe was very ready for it, and pushing straight through, tries to capitalize. Not gonna happen. Trix does get lit down on half HP as well.
Unfortunately, she's going to be the only one left. They kind of knew where she was, so Thrifty win goes over to Team 3. And it all starts with Muffin aggressively dashing to B site. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, Britzy, for example, with her Marshall, actually able to provide some kind of cover. I guess the push outside of Garage just didn't really pan out for Team 1.
I'm trying to imagine your face without glasses. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. Anyway, continuing on.
Oh my god, what's happening?
There seems to be a good emphasis on taking this garage control. Like, they don't really want to commit to any site before taking this. And it is a very strong spot to have. Oh! So a fight taken. Eliza might bite off a little bit more than she can chew, but she does find the first kill and will escape with her life. That is the benefit of having the Reyna. Aphrodite with the ult will find Britzy, and there's Casper onto Muffin as well. 2 versus 5, and that was just for control of Garage.
Oh no.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Not good at all, and now too much coming in from the back. Just puts that final nail in the coffin. Flawless win for Team 1. They're at 5-3. I like this win streak, and that's the thing. It's a good spot to take control over, especially on a map like Haven, but it's so small, and if I guess you're just not able to get proper control, you're not able to find an opening pick. If everyone's just coming from this one sole position, it's a little bit easy for the defenders to just deal with it, I guess.
Yeah, just a couple of crossfires, decent amount of utility, should be no problem for each of these experienced pros. They do look... I mean, this looks very telegraphed. That's another thing. These pushes have been very telegraphed, and you can see everyone just rotates immediately. They know where it's going, but Margot's still going to find the kill into Eliza. And that's going to be the spike going down. They're trying to get into those post-plant positions. Very important.
Very, very curious as well. Trying to set that up, trying to buy a little bit more time. It's Chloe getting aggressive with the Hunter. I mean, the Rolling Thunder. She pushes up front, but unfortunately her teammates getting eliminated from the back means that she has to fall back to help them out. Cosmic Divide now getting deployed. And how do you actually deal with this? The recon vault makes it so much worse, but along with the timing, DRX pushes in, turns this into a 1v1. Another recon now, and Britzy looking for a frag onto her teammate, goes in at the right time. Casper had no idea what to expect. And just like that, Team 3 put another one on the board, 5-4.
You can see her looking for the recon, but I think it's stuck in her body. That's such an unfortunate circumstance. Everywhere she goes, she just gets ticked on. And that was an inspired move there from Chloe. I like that she didn't overextend. She still got taken down, but just shows some of that composure to discipline yourself. And Britzy waiting for the right moments as well. You love to see it. So 5-4 now, and Eliza, ever since we mentioned the 12 kills, she's only got 1 kill since that point.
You can't praise players too early on, but whatever it is.
True.
Operator into play now. It's been sounded off. They know they have to be wary of this. Every single player from Team 1 already rotated onto the A site. But Team 3 are relentless. I mean, look at how they're just pushing in. The previous round, 2 rounds ago, it was straight into Garage. The previous round, straight into B. This time, trying to make that push in towards A long, but I guess sensing danger, they're going to back off. Perhaps head back towards the C site.
A little bit of work to do for our Astra here as Casper is about to experience the full force of Team 3. No, they're not looking her way. Oh, that's unfortunate. Muffin's going to miss as well. Chloe is going to find one, but long range with a Spectre. That was never going to work out. Your last 2 teammates are way too far away. Margot now in a 1 versus 4, and she has what it takes, but it's going to be difficult.
What is going on?
Oh, she didn't really peek that. I don't think she got any information from that.
Oh, spotted the shoulder, flicks back,
Oh.
but doesn't anticipate the second player. So Team 1 back in the lead, 6-4.
Still 2 rounds separate them. This is still a good scoreline coming from Team 3. But Team 1, you know, you have to think about the fact that this is 3 sites. You have to spread your defense thin. They're doing a very good job staying in the lead, considering that this should be attacker-sided. They don't even take too much map control. Really, it is coming down to a lot of this individual skill and this very good anchoring coming from these individuals. So having to go for a half buy here for Team 3. They want to invest into the last round. They're going to try and do as much damage as they can with these sheriffs, with the stingers. But ultimately, this should be another round for Team 1, at least on paper.
At least, that's a good way to start things off. But wow, aggressive dismiss to push up front. I don't know if that was the right call, and it definitely didn't work out. Still, it's a little bit of info. It's a little bit buying a little bit of time, I suppose. Casper trying to push up front as well, but unfortunately stuck in a reload. She's going to get eliminated by Britzy. Down to the 3v3 as they still manage to hold their ground. Team 3 getting a little bit trigger happy, pushing up front into towards aggressive positions, leaving themselves exposed, to be honest. 20 HP is all that remains, and unfortunately Britzy does not quite connect the shot onto too much. And with that, Team 1 secures the 7th win in round number 11.
I think we have seen something like 5 8-4s so far. I'm hoping
Really?
that we don't get another one here. Let's go 7-5, Team 3. I believe in you. Break the streak.
Break it. Be the breaker of chains, mother of dragons. No, that's the wrong show.
Ended so badly.
Anyway.
Ugh.
They still need to make it past Kfirdi's operator, first of all. And this is the last round of the first half. She has her tour de force. She could deploy that if she wants to. So I'm not quite sure how Team 3 is looking to find an entry, actually.
Obscuring vision.
Oh, I guess just blindly streaming into Garage. Here we go.
You know, it can work. And sometimes it's just the right call to just throw your eggs in one basket and then throw the basket, see if some of them survive. Muffin has found the first kill. It's an important one. We have found Reyna, who, again, ever since mentioning Eliza's kills, she has slowed down quite a bit.
Oh, no.
And Chloe catching Casper. I mean, to be fair, she was using her astral form right in the middle of the site. That was a very brave move. Britzy going to be finding a double kill, and it's all left to Trix in a 1 versus 4. Low HP for the Astra. Everyone else is alive, kicking, and healthy. Shock darts all over the place. So much utility. Triple peak coming in as well. And the 7-5, they've broken the chain. There's the Mother of Dragons. It's Team 3.
It is Team 3. They've been... Are they the first team that... No, not the first team, but...
No, we did get a 7-1 and 8-1. No, we got an 11-1 at one point.
11-1.
So.
Yeah, that must have been the 13-1 game. And it was also in Haven. But yeah, 7-5. This is a lovely change. Hopefully, we'll see how it pans out. You're a lovely change. No, you're breathtaking. Keanu Reeves.
You're all breathtaking.
But here we are, 7-5. Team 3, they stand a chance at turning this back around on its head. And if they do, they stand to qualify for the Grand Finals. So it's for all the marbles.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
maybe
not how
not
you
like
started. Yeah, those are not the marbles she wanted to get dinked in. And already the 4 versus 5 on the defense, but they still have 2 players to protect here. They don't have the most defensive utility, both initiators, but Chloe will still find the first kill. There's Britty to find the second, a spray down to find the third, and just like that, they have 2 people in the advantage.
It's just the quick response from the rest of the squad. Now 2 players are all that remain on the side of Team 1, and the spike is so far away from their position that I'm not quite sure if they can even retrieve it. I mean, look at the crossfire setups that have already been put up on the A site. Anyone that tries to push past this one little choke point is going to get decimated. So the best thing that they can hope for is to maybe try to find an opening pick, and they've got about 45 seconds to do that. The recon bolt, unfortunately, will get shut down, and now Trix gets dinked in the head. What can Kfredite do? Oh.
There you go. It's the double peak in response, and yeah, you know, we were a little bit worried about the defense having 2 initiators, but it was 2 initiators in one site, and they did a very good job slowing them down. You have to think about the fact that the recon bolt comes in, you have to turn your attention towards it because you want to deny the information. You also have a lot of utility coming from the breach that slows them down as well. And it's just a good union of utility to slow them down and to secure those initial kills. And at that point, it just became the crossfires to take care of it. Just to be fair, they ran to the site with the spike in hand. And you drop it in sight, well, you've got no options to rotate. Too much, though. Going to be too much for Muffin to handle yet again. We're getting a little bit of deja vu from the pistol round. She will be the first taken out. And there, the utility once again to slow them down and then push into the garage as Margot goes for a flank.
Chloe's been stepping up as the breach player. I don't know if she even actually played this agent that much last year, but wow. I mean, look at how much time has been stalled and chaos being created that allows for her teammates to come in with these unorthodox peaks. I don't think Team 1 expected that at all, and with that, basically rather close to flawless win. Team 3 are at a 7-7.
You're close to flawless.
Close, kinda. Just, you know.
Just close. Just close. Yeah, just close to flawless.
It's not actually flawless, but.
Although I have to say, at least on camera, you look like you've got gorgeous skin.
Oh my goodness. Where is this coming from?
Just, you know, mutual respect. That's and love. As Margot pushes down mid.
She's the one wearing pants in this relationship, so you know she's gonna be the one that does all the work pushing up front. Regardless, she's gotten a little bit of info that the opposing team is not anywhere towards the middle. In fact, they've actually all pushed in towards the C site. So now, in a 2v4 retake, how does she do this? They go out to kind of clear out the back site, but right now at this point they're basically stranded on an island. You got Spectres up against Vandals. How do you retake this?
Last player standing.
You have to be the Rock. You have to be the island. No, Kfredite gonna get a triple kill in this round, and they maintain the lead. They don't give it up to Team 3, but they did have superior weaponry, and we will see the full buy coming in from Team 3. In response, Muffin is gonna go for half armor, only had 3-7 to work with, and Drawls gonna have everything she needs. So they're pretty much set up to properly respond on this round.
Oh wow, I actually kind of like what Kfredite is going for. I mean,
Ult.
proper response, right? But the ult is something that really could come in handy because I love the way Marquis puts it best. It's an operator.
You see, as soon as she heard the ult, Margot jumps back away.
Oh, but the peak. Oh no! Wait.
Oh!
She
After she teleported.
and still got shot. That's amazing.
That's unfortunate for Kfredite, but Margot's been loving that all day long too much.
Was that a Vandal tap too?
I think it was. And it was I mean, she looked like she was mid-run as well. Like, what a shot.
Oh my god, Alter Ego Celeste. Even when they're not playing as a team, there's each and every single one of their players.
Thing.
My goodness.
Britzy gonna have a little bit to work with here. 3 players ready to push along. Out comes a recon, and she does get spotted. A couple of shock darts just to do that initial damage. Now's the best time to capitalize on the kill into Eliza, but Eliza still secures the kill into Britzy.
And all she really has to do is to hold this angle while her team gets the spike planted, but unfortunately Casper gets off of it. Goes in for a peek instead. Do they know that Alyssa is in the bottom of hell though? They kind of do, but they won't be able to catch her as Too Much comes back out. And right now Alyssa's stuck in a 1v2. She has to dance back and forth between the boxes, but with Chloe on the other side, just a tad bit sharper, she brings the score to her team for her team back to 8-8.
Chloe's still doing such a good job there. Look at this position where she manages to secure this kill and the second after her teammate comes in for the assist.
Wow.
Had nowhere to go, and Chloe finding all three. 16 kills for her now, and she really is. She's been, like, in her first game yesterday, she was very quiet, but over each game, one after the other, she has gotten better and better, and it's been very nice to watch her. It's like she's been growing within this tournament.
Within this tournament.
As an individual.
as a player, as a talent, still,
and as a friend.
and as a friend. Okay. Hey, she's taken, so be careful.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I won't be friends. My bad. Yeah, I think that I think as long as you're always improving as an individual, you maintain yourself in the running at all times. Also, K4Deity getting the revenge onto Margot from that previous round on another wide swing. Good to see. But Draws, was not expecting. Tricks already be in the sight and swinging so wide. Shock darts just to slow them down before they try and go for this retake. But it's a 3 versus 5 and Eliza. A huge flank. This could just be the end right now.
Might want to be a little bit faster though, but wow, Rolling Thunder being committed by Chloe as well. And there's that flank. Puts one in the back of the head. Doesn't even need the second because K4Deity has it down under lock and key. 9-8. It's a flawless win for Team 1.
Don't lose a single player, and that all starts off with K4Deity taking that long control and then swinging all their players back towards the A site, playing the mind games. Eliza only buys half armor. She knows that she just has to secure a kill if she wants the full package. And
I want your full package. No.
That was some low-hanging fruit, and you went for it. I can respect that.
Okay, no, I'm not gonna do the other. There we go. Oh, jeez. I don't think this is going to be a Team 3's round just because they don't really have the guns. They're kind of going for that default setup, but wow. Muffin's still able to land shots. Casper's down to red HP. If she can actually find that frag, if she can actually go in to pick up the weapon, they might be able to do something off of this. The trademark will connect on towards her, and she still doesn't get discouraged to go in for the peaks. What are you thinking at this point? Just Muffin. So courageous.
It's good to be bold, but not to be greedy. And sometimes you fall victim to the latter. Casper's pushing very close. There's a pistol in hand and very low HP for Casper. Unfortunately, Britzy can't secure the kill onto that low player. They are readying up the A site, and as the site is prepped, they are rotating quickly over towards it. And all 4 players come in from A long and from sewer.
Sure Chloe hears this and she wants to do something about it. Goes in for the sprays, actually takes down the spike planter, and because of that it wasn't really secure. Well, actually no, it was, but Too Much comes back in. The quick response allows them to deny that retake, and just like that, Team 1 again securing their lead. It's 10-8.
Team 1, they are looking good on their offensive. And we are starting to see some more signs of life from Too Much, who had a quiet defender side, but is now starting to string together these kills. And now you can see where those duelists really can come into play once you switch those sides. So, switching up the defense, Margot has left the C site and has instead traded places with Drools. Druxwells. Dr. Xwells.
Whatever her name is, she needs to be the one to secure and anchor down the site. If not, that's going to be first point of contact. She loses her face, and I think they've just lost C site as well.
Trap destroyed.
It almost looks like the round is secured as soon as the site is taken, just because their post plans have been phenomenal so far. And oh, Eliza just misses the timing on this flank.
She
Spike planted.
Well, that confirms it. Muffin watching the angle, allowing for Margot to push up front. The Leer is even better, but she has to be secure about the players hiding inside a cubby. There's a second one in there. Oh no, they walk right in towards Trix. And just like that, Casper helps out as well. 2 kills back to back. Team 1. It's like you said, the post plants are just that good, I suppose.
Seems to be the case. And yeah, I mean, some great mind tricks there. Trix hides in the corner. I mean, of course, Trix with the mind tricks, because Trix hides in the corner. Eliza exposes herself, goes down. They don't expect that double spray down coming in. And Casper doing a good job as well. I don't know where that double kill happened. I'm guessing that was inside the site, but as individuals, you know, 4 kills by themselves.
Certainly is a big statement, and now they're right next to match point. Especially if this continues, if they keep this up to just streamline into the A site. Nothing much that Muffin could do. Of course, there's a Sova on site as well, but without the best weaponry, what can they really do to stop the push from going through? Smokes are up all over the place as well, and it just doesn't look possible at all for Team 3. So Chloe does something about it. Wow, the Spectre actually is able to find 2 frags. We're back to a 3-on-3. And now Dr. Xwell is dropping from the top, trying to secure a weapon. It's all up to K490. She doesn't quite get it. Trix is the only one left. With the Hunter Fury beams, she runs out of it. Margot has gotten it to halfway. Now looking for the shot onto Trix, or at least bait her out into the peak, but unfortunately will not be able to get off the spike in time. And Trix, with that final tap to her head, puts her team at match point 12-8.
Okay, I've returned. There were scary noises. Actually, I still hear them going on, but we're all. I'm okay. I'm safe. I promise. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. I know you were worried. There's Trix once again. Always nice to see. This has just been 4 rounds in a row. They did it in the first half. They've done it this time, and they may be looking to close things out right now as well. As Margot looking to get aggressive this time, doesn't want to let them just bring the fight to them every single time. But Margot still gets spotted and perhaps gets discouraged from pushing too far forward.
She's still trying to watch the angle. Operator shot being sounded off as well, and I'm not quite sure where that was, but it seems like Team 1 is quite adamant on pushing into the A site. There it is, somewhere between the back of site. Muffin is going to have to be the one to stop the push from going through. Britzy finds a frag, but there's a trade. Unfortunately, she whiffs her shot yet again, and right now it's all up to Chloe. Pushes up around the side, but will not be able to find the shots needed. Margot in a 1v2 with her Empress just asserts her presence a little bit. Doesn't want to let them get the spike planted. Wants to lull them into a false sense of security before she actually pushes out. Finds this shot now. Spike planter killed. And with that, the final frag is on towards Trix. She saves her team from that loss, 12-9.
One of the most open plants Eliza could have possibly done in that situation. Things could have been very different if she had just stayed a little further back, but Margot takes full advantage and well played. It does come down to the Reynas at the end of the day in this particular round, but 3 rounds to go to try and get into overtime. We have seen a couple. This could be the third.
Very possibly, but you need 3 more wins just to make that happen. Let's see if they can actually pull it off. They've got an operator. The previous round, it didn't quite do much. The only thing it did was make a bunch of sound. Presence is a factor, but this time they've actually just completely vacated the A site. What am I seeing right now, Chase?
This is called the retake strat.
Okay, talk me through.
Oh, that's too much damage. There's
Okay.
too much damage. They're taking full control of Heaven as well. They have no control whatsoever anywhere across the map. Including right now, we've got a push happening in mid from Chamber. There's Muffin expecting the push cake to catch his Chloe, which is an important threat considering how aggressive and how useful Chloe has been so far.
Two
Sandwich.
divides.
Cosmic sandwich.
But
Sounds
one
delicious.
has a tiny little gap. Actually, Casper might be able to find a couple more. Goes in for the third. Trix gets the last one. And just like that, Team 1 steals the win away. I thought this was going to be that retake strat, but no, they actually got shut down just because of that really smart and well-placed, well-timed Cosmic Divide from Casper.
Yeah, like the one time they leave the site open is exactly where they go to, and yeah, it turns out in that particular situation, unfortunately for them, it was Team 3 that they were meeting that Cosmic Sandwich, and they got eaten. So well played by the girls in Team 1, as they have secured themselves another win in this tournament. They still have another game later on against Team 4, and coming up next we have Team 2 versus Team 5 that is going to be on Ascent. So still have a little bit more to look forward to. And in this particular case, you know, I think Team 1, they're looking good. It can go back and forth as much as they want, but they really know how to close out a game. Ever since their first loss against Team 2, they've been coming back harder and stronger. And to be fair, Team 2, they've got Kahaibi, they've got Baby TZ. You know, it's a lot of talent on a single team. So it's not an easy first game to go into, but ever since then, they've been looking very strong.
It's a lovely color on them, like the fact that you're just not giving up, and I guess trying to find different ways to approach sites and even defend them at some points. It was a pretty good play, I think. 7-5 at the end of the first half. Not very common apparently in FSL Valorant Showdown, but it's fun to see these things happen. It's fun to see and showcase these girls when they're not with their teams, although that is something that will be coming up pretty soon, because if I'm not wrong, the VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia? APAC? Southeast Asia, I think is what it is. APAC, excuse me. VCT Game Changers APAC. Sign-up sheets are out right now on the FSL Facebook page and on the other socials as well. There's a guideline video for you to take a look at if you're looking to participate, or if not, at the very least, you get to see some of these girls, because coming up soon, you also get to see a little bit of Jaeger's cat in the corner. We're going to see more of these girls and more FSL action after this break. It will be Team 2 versus Team 5 on Ascent.
It's my time, watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Night
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Night
Welcome back to the FSL Showdown, and here we are for the second game of the day, and it's going to be between the likes of Team 2 and Team 5 on Ascent. That is going to be Kohibi's team with Iceberg, Lorcos, Baby TZ, and Gwen going up against Ayumi, Millis, Polly, Envious, and Ivory, aka the Overtime Queens. Or the 13-1 Queens, depending on your philosophical curve. But either way, it is going to be a difficult game for them, I believe, because Team 2 are very talented.
Right. I'm more of a 13-1 kind of guy, you know, cup half full. No, wait, well, 2/3 full. I don't know where I'm going with this, but maybe this might be a little bit more difficult because they're going up against the likes of, you know, Kohibi, Iceberg, Lordcock, so on and so forth. These are players who are not to be scoffed at because
Not to be trifled with.
oh my god, like Kohibi last year playing in Game Changers Southeast Asia, I mean, she was like single-handedly finding entries, getting frags, and she just does it like it's nobody else's business. And somehow she does it on an incredibly high mouse sensitivity, high DPI. I think she plays at like, what, 1600? No, I know it's in the thousands. And then her DPI is like, her sensitivity in game is like 2 or something like that. It's insane, is my point. And
that
somehow
does sound
she still
ridiculous. Well, let's see their agent picks and see exactly what they're going to be playing on and where this insane DPI is going to be coming into play as well, as it looks like Kohibi is sitting on a Cypher.
What? You might think that she would play a duelist or something. I think that's something that she's more used to. But of course, this is the showdown. This is different teams. They're all mixed and matched. And you're going to have to adapt around back and forth. Yeah, she used to play Raze a lot more. But here we are. And on the other side, Team 5. I'm not quite sure. I mean, Ayumi, you know, is also one of those players that's incredibly strong. And on the Jet, she might be able to do something. I'm quite curious to see how that duel will pan out between Kohibi and Ayumi.
It's going to be a difficult game. Ayumi, you're absolutely right. Ayumi has been the one that's putting up numbers for her team. So is Ivory. But you're going up against Kohibi, Iceberg, Baby TZ, Gwen, Lorcos. These are some strong names in the scene, and it's just a difficult start. Good thing for them, they can start off on the attacker side, do as much damage as they can, and then close things out on the defending side. But the attacker side can be a bit difficult on Ascent, and you can expect some big plays coming out of Team 2.
Still, it is a fairly balanced agent composition, something that you might see in your ranked games, because that is what the teams are basically doing at this very moment in time. The only difference being Cypher and Killjoy, and I'm not quite sure how effective that's going to be, because if you got Ivory just walking up front, putting bullets to your face like that, the door being shut down as well, they already have control over the site. The retake is not going to be an easy feat at all, as she goes back in to gets the tag on towards Kohibi. I think she's already been eliminated. Now down to the 4v3 as they try to retake. Are they aware that there's a player on the other side of A main and players at the bottom of hell? Baby TZ certainly is trying to eliminate them, but now she's done it. It's all up to Millis, and as soon as she swings, she gets a sheriff to the face. That's 4 frags for Baby TZ. What did I just witness?
That's Trike doing Trike things. She's just a beast on her own. You know, she has been playing the duelist quite a lot over the last 2 days, and she has been showing a lot of her prowess and continuing it on in this pistol round with a statement. Like, literally all she pushed through Garden, and it was her job to clear hell. And all Kohibi had to do was cover the push. Sorry, not Kohibi. Iceberg. All Iceberg had to do was cover the entrance to the A site, and that's exactly what she did. Finds all those kills, and when the swing comes in from A main, it's Baby TZ to do that as well. And so she sends a quick PM out, and then she gets into the game.
Quick PM. Send something in all chat. You know, hurt your opponent's mental, whatever it is. But that's not an easy thing to do at all. I mean, if it's a sheriff, and here we go, Gwen just jumping up all over the place, spots out, gets that intel, and instantly smokes it off with a Nebula. I'm not quite sure what Team 5 are looking to do from this point out. Ayumi does not have her Cloud Burst, so dashing in probably is not an option. Perhaps just waiting for those smokes to dissipate and then going in for peeks again. Meanwhile, there is a bit of a secondary push going in towards the short position. Baby TZ is going to be the first point of contact right here, but unfortunately they're only going to exchange a couple of shots and then back off. And then re-peek. And then miss it. Oh my
Scary
God.
fight, but she does win it in the end. That is what matters at the end of the day. It's that you win it. It's not that you lost, like missed all 4 shots at the start. Because they talk about you 5 taps, and she's dodging shots here. But okay, there you go. Millis has finally taken her down, but she's already done the damage she wanted to do. It's already down to the 4 versus 2, and she's already on low HP as well for Millis. Lokos and Kohibi want to secure that kill, and it's all down to Polly with 12 seconds left and position given away as well.
Oh no. 7 seconds remains, and yeah, unfortunately the best that she could have hoped for is a little bit more damage to hurt her opponent's economy, but even then not quite able to do it. And you gotta think this entire round, sure, you could say that Team 5, you know, probably not gonna be able to win just because they only had shares, but there was a chance where they could have done a little bit more damage, but all that was negated just because Baby TZ was pushing them back towards tree, towards garden, towards A short.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
And with that, here comes the bonus round. I want to see Team 5 doing something, but I'm still quite nervous, Jace.
You should be, because I'm not there to hold your hand while we go through this together, but I am here in spirit, and Ayumi is here to find some heads, but
no.
Iceberg is going to find hers instead, as Ivory's already taken control of Garden. That should lull them into a false sense of hope, as Baby TZ walks straight in, expecting no one to be that close by, and Kohibi there for a trade, but Ivory still finds one more before going down. Ivory a kill onto Kohibi and Baby TZ. That's already a boasting point, as Iceberg and Gwen both find a kill each, somehow bring this into a 1 versus 3 despite the weapon choices. And my goodness, a 3-0 for Team 2.
It was a really good attempt by Lorcox, I guess, to just kind of really stop that trade from going through, and just because there were players pushing in towards Garden, they managed to overwhelm Team 5. They weren't able to actually hold the side post plant. And if you take a look at the scoreboard, this is the bonus round, meaning their economy is in shambles, and Team 2 are just on a roll. Baby TZ even has her ultimate, the Bladestorm. I think that's what she's going to go with this round. Bladestorm TM, bye. Not going to go with a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, at the very start, we said it, that defender side can be so difficult to crack through. And more often than not, we actually see these kinds of rounds become more successful. The rounds where you're stuck on those pistols, where you're stuck on the sheriffs, and you have to get a little bit smart with your plays. We do see those thrifty rounds sometimes go the way of the attackers. So Team 5, they still have a chance here, but they have to make sure they pick the right fights.
Not quite sure if they can, though. I mean, if you just walk in, try peek everything, those fights won't really favor you. You've got Baby TC from the back as well. She's gonna miss all her
Oh no!
So uncharacteristic. Nice recovery with the classic free gun BT dubs. But here we go. Polly's the only one left, and with the Sheriff against the Vandal. Yeah, that's pretty much how this story always goes. 4-0, Jace.
That is a very strong start, Baby TZ. Considering her options, considering this just happened, she's probably hoping that people just forget this happened, but no one's gonna forget that. Just sprays like forget. Oh no, it's a fast replay. It's a fast replay.
Roll the next clip.
Just looking off into the distance, wondering what just happened. It's like a snapshot of myself looking at my own jet plays. It's like the blaze ups never seems to happen. But you know, she has a couple of chances to redeem herself going forward. Baby TZ has been playing this short position non-stop, and Envious Oh dear, she couldn't secure the kill. Baby TZ gets a kill onto Ivory, peeks into it. Baby TZ is going to find that as well, as the blind was just a little bit too deep. Baby TZ could just use the wall to keep from being affected by the blind. And Yumi on the other side. Shoot the other side. There's a shock dart doing a bit of damage. Down to 41 HP. Destroyed the wall that she's just closed. There's no way for a Sage to close it either. They don't have a Sage on their side. And Ayumi does secure Baby TZ, but there's Gwen again. An anchor in the A site and a strong defense. A 5-0.
You know, we started off the pre-show talking about 13-1 or, you know, 19-17, the overtimes that Team 5 had. And I might have said something along the lines of, you know, I prefer that 13-1. I guess we're seeing that start to form and shape up, but it's not Team 5 getting the 13. It could be Team 2. This is 5-0, and Team 5 has not yet cracked the code. They're still going in with a broken economy just because they haven't been able to win a single round. And right now, with nothing but sheriffs, Team 2 are feeling themselves. Baby TZ is confident. That's why she's pushed up into this forward position. And with an operator, if anyone tries to peek alone, she's going to shut them down. Just like, wait, nope. I eat my words. Ivory somehow lands a perfect shot to her skull with a sheriff. And that could be the opening.
You should run.
What was that? Like mid-movement. Ivory. Like, if ever there was a time to not be talking, I feel like he was just like, I can hear Quack right now. I'm gonna eat his words.
Oh, God.
Polly getting another kill, and inside the site, the spray down Iceberg with the recon, not a shot down, but they're doing the work anyway.
Oh, no.
That initial damage just to get shut down on the push into the speedway, and Polly nowhere close enough to do the work after the fact, and unfortunate because such a great start, but no way to capitalize on it. Kahibi, an instant shutdown and a 6 point on the board.
I'm at a loss for words. That is absolutely insane. I mean, all right, I'm way too used to watching Kohibi playing on that Raze, but look at that tripwire. The placement on that thing, I guess it's just something that you don't normally expect, and because of it, first of all, it's a little bit of intel. Second of all, it delays and slows down that initial push. And just because of it, Iceberg was allowed to put up a recon bolt. She was able to pull out her Vandal, and they just sprayed them down as they tried to walk past the lane. And now 6-0. Hopefully this full buy will change something up, but if not, what's going to happen for Team 5?
Right here, revealing area.
I have to say, the nice thing about having the Cypher is you have no limit range on where your utility is effective, so you can use it while you're in the A site. Ivory getting the double kill in this entry, but Iceberg and Kahibi still doing what they do best. But they do bring it back to the 2 versus 2 thanks to Envious. Envious turning around and nearly getting taken down from behind, but now she knows to take which fight, but Kahibi's still alive, and just the perfect spray pattern to find that head. And the 1 versus 2, spike in hand, and Polly caught in mid. That's exactly why you want that Cypher, because you can have that utility anywhere on the map, and it's useful to you.
Yeah, and like a Killjoy, right? You gotta be within range, but there it is. Extra info, extra intel. All the time that Polly takes to get the spike planted allows for Lordcox as well as Kohibi to make their way onto site. Unfortunately, though, they don't peek together as a team, and that puts us in a 1v1. Kohibi now, aware of where Polly is hiding, she's just gonna wallbang through, forces her out of cover, and finds that remaining headshot. 3 kills in this round, and Kohibi is not slowing down at all. 7-0, Jace. 7-0.
You remember that that 13-1?
Oh no.
I wonder if this is them getting the reverse of that, or if this is Team 5 building up for the most epic comeback in the history of FSL Showdown.
That would be epic. I would love to see that.
You're epic.
No, you're epic. You're all epic.
You're all epic. You know, memes, quotes, references. We love to see them, love to hear them, and we love to give them to you, just as much as Team 2 love giving it to Team 5, and so far there hasn't been a response. It's been a one-way relationship, and it's been abusive.
Oh no. I'm not quite sure I like where this is going either. I mean, we talked about abusive. This is just... Well, this is actually Team 5 fighting back. But considering the fact that they only have sheriffs, despite them having the spike planted, the counter hunter goes into play. Baby TZ is in a good position to continue to shoot them down. Lorcox goes in with a peek, gets the double spray, and it doesn't matter where they are at this point because every single member from Team 2 just rushes them down. HEYIMQUACK yet again, the double kills. This girl is just that sharp, along with her teammates as well, Lorcox and so on and so forth. 8-0. I really don't want to jinx it, but it really looks like this could be happening.
I think you're right, and yeah, it must be such a scary prospect. Like, somewhere in the back of your mind, you're saying to yourself, "I have to peek HEYIMQUACK in a minute. I have to peek Baby TZ in just a moment." This is it's scary, especially when you don't have your constant teammates to lean on. Where at least you can think to yourself, "Oh, I've got this relationship with my teammates that we can build on, and we can work together to take down this opposition." It's like, no, HEYIMQUACK is just going ham. You're playing with people you don't normally play with. It's an uncomfortable situation against a very uncomfortable opposition. And a bit of information taken from mid. Polly will send out a shock dart. Doesn't really affect anybody. I think the utility usage so far for this attacker side has been a little bit lackluster as well. We haven't seen too many utility kills. Envious is going to find one, though. It seems to be Team 5 are doing a very good job of finding the initial kills, but they can't close out the rounds.
Yeah, not quite able to follow it through. And right now, that Cyber Cage is actually doing quite a bit. HEYIMQUACK, what is that spray transfer? It actually gets it into the headshot as well. Yumi, despite being able to push in towards stairs, will not be able to hold her ground. And there it is, 9-0.
That is a ridiculous spray transfer from HEYIMQUACK. She knows exactly where to put that crosshair. Just to watch it again, because it is beautiful Valorant we're watching here. Look at that. Even starts spraying the door mid-process and runs out of ammo. That is the only thing that's keeping her from like single spraying down the entire team. It's the size of that clip.
And I just want to say again, this girl is playing on an insanely high sensitivity. Around 1,000 over DPI with 2 point something in-game sensitivity, I think. Whatever it is, somehow she's able to do it. And right now, the quick rotations over onto the A site, I just don't see how Team 5 can push past this one little choke point. Baby TZ deploying the Blaze Door, unfortunately won't be able to do anything because Millis has woken up. Lockdown into play as well, just to push them even further back. And now the spike will be planted.
This could be it. This could be the start. This could be the lockdown to lock down that 9-0 and get that 9-1 instead. As Lorcox is going to be the one leading the charge, so HEYIMQUACK has the space. Again, she's the sentinel doing all this work. Oh, Lorcox, very important kill. And one bullet! Oh, she peeks with a single bullet. And HEYIMQUACK, oh, it's a but she still gets it! And it's gonna be a 10-0, HEYIMQUACK. Can you stop it? It's not okay.
How did that work? What on earth? First of all,
so rude.
Oh my good, they're teasing us, Jace. You had 1 round left in the chamber. You have 2 players on the other side of hell. They peek into each other at the same time and just happen to line up for HEYIMQUACK's spray. And she gets 2 headshots out of that. We thought it was gonna be a 9-1, but this is a 10-0.
This has been an experience. That's all I can say. HEYIMQUACK is just... What even is that? You know? What even... There's Baby TZ finding Envious. That... Sheriff just had nothing to say at all in that situation. Lorcos going to be peeking towards mid link, and there's Baby TZ to find the shot. There's the follow-up. Looking for another kill close to the left. Nice shot from Ayumi to answer back, but plenty of damage already done. Out comes Iceberg, straight into the crosshairs of Ayumi, where we can finally see some of that brilliance coming into play. And, well, there's Kohibi. There's Baby TZ. You're trying to take all these fights by yourself. Where is your Astra? There's Ivory finally shutting down Baby TZ. And Kohibi knows what fight she can take. She is going to get that one kill. Ivory looking for the last one, but of course, you're not going to outpeak the Queen. And she has been the Queen of C for
round in the half.
God knows how long. She's been in FPS forever.
Oh yeah, she really has. She's been playing since a young age, even in the other tactical shooter, and now she's in Valorant, and she is non-stop kicking butt. I mean, 17-2. Can they keep this up? And if they can, what's her ACS gonna be like? What's her ratio after this? It's like 8.0 or something. I have no idea. We're sitting at the last round of the first half, and they just might be the ones to push this into overtime, unless Team 5 can do something with their last-ditch full-buy efforts. Ayumi dashes up front, eliminates Big Gwen, might just be able to secure a little bit more space for her team, and she sends a blind Blade Storm right-click towards Baby TZ. Now, with a little bit more space, they finally get the spike planted. 4 players on the A site to hold it post-plant. Kohibi waiting for the Aldrin to get a little bit more information. And then now perhaps push together. Oh, there it is. They need to secure those players underneath of Hell, but unfortunately that's just way too many targets to hit. And for the first time in a long while, a really long while, Team 5 wins one round.
6-1 KD. For Kohibi, 18 and 3 deaths. She has a 6.0 KD. That's ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
How can you have that stat at any point in the game? How can you have that stat? That's insane from Kohibi. And I mean, yeah, I wonder what her ratio is going to be at the end. It's going to be ratio plus L plus your cringe or something. That's going to be the ratio at the end of the game because she's just been doing it. She does. She just does.
She just does. And well, if you want to see more Kohibi, I mean, first of all, continue to watch this game, even though it might end pretty soon. But there's gonna be more of Kohibi in the upcoming VCT Game Changers 8-pack. Open number 1 will be like sometime in March 3rd, so on and so forth. But right now, on the attacking side, they are trying to bait out some extra pieces of utility, some peaks perhaps. Team 5 kind of discouraged from doing anything at this point, but here it goes. Utility into place. It's going to be the gravity well that kind of slows down the initial push. Lorecox will not be able to make it through, but somehow Baby TZ will just jump over it, and now they're actually onto site.
Oh, Kohibi still looking for those fights. That's the Sentinel still trying to bring the fight to them. Oh, what a flick! But still, she secures a kill onto Ayumi. Milice still gonna find the refrag, and nothing but right clicks here from Milice towards Iceberg. In this 1 versus 3, Baby TZ with everything to do. She got a 4K in the first one. She could do it again. Well, she's getting a 3K at the very least. There it is, the 3K from Baby TZ, and match point has been secured.
No, Jace, my brain is melting. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ayumi can't do anything by herself. I mean, all these shots are good. All 3 of them were trying to push her down, but somehow, just inside of Boathouse, she peeks, she weaves, she ducks in and out of cover, and finds 3 headshots.
Way to isolate 3 fights. That is such great spatial awareness coming in from Baby TZ. And push comes in, the information gets transferred immediately. Lorcos finds the kill through the smoke. And that is just teamwork coming into play from a team that don't play together. Ayumi and Envious, though, they will bounce back will do a good amount of damage in response, but Loco still finds a kill, finds another, and it's a 2 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's 1 versus 1, but Millis getting a little bit antsy, pushes out and straight in towards Kohibi, where she just puts it to her full of holes. 13-1 chase. 13-1. How many clips do we have at this point?
Like, how many of them were in the hands of Kohibi? I mean, 21-4. She dropped from 6-0 KD to 5, so she practically threw. No, I'm just kidding. That is still a crazy stat to have. That is look at that, 358 average combat score. That is the final ACS for Kohibi. 279 for Iceberg and 262 for Baby TZ. Breaking those 200s, breaking the 350. That is a very strong performance, and that is now for Team 1. They have now, sorry, not for Team 1, for Team 2, they have won 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4. They have won all 4 of their games, so that's nice. And finally, our final matchup is going to be Team 4 versus Team 1 on Bind. That's going to be Trix's team versus Ginny's team.
And
I've seen the last time I saw the Ginny versus Trix matchup. It was a long time ago, but it was a good matchup. You love to see it. It's an OG matchup.
OG matchup. That's exactly what it is. I mean, they played last year. We had our power rankings for the VCT Game Changer Southeast Asia, our FSL, FSL Elite. You know, at the top, of course, Alter Ego Celeste. I think now we might have some new queens on the board. Who knows? We're just gonna have to wait and see. Second, normally we had Enigma Galaxy, which is Trix's team, but out of nowhere came Mad Army, and that's where the addition of Ginny came into play. And now they've been picked up by X10 Crit, which is a pretty damn interesting thing. I can't wait to see what they have for us next month. But another just fun thing to point out is K4Daddy, who is a part of, I believe, Team 1, Trix's team, and she's going off in chat saying, I just finished my lunch. I need some time to digest my food. Kohibi, stop. You're too fast. You're too good. What's going on?
Just Kohibi things, and well, I hope that K4Deity can digest as much as she can as quickly as possible. You know how, like, right after you eat, you start to feel like kind of dizzy, kind of lazy as well.
Yeah, it's a food coma.
Yeah, hopefully you can break through that, because you're going up against Ginny, you're going up against Mochi and Primi and Aluka and Oreophilia. It's not an easy game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. Hopefully it'll be enough for K4Deity. We'll be jumping into our final best of 1 before we get our best of 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
Welcome back to the FSL Showdown. And now we have Team 4 versus Team 1.
What just happened?
Sorry, I was blanking in my own brain, but I think so. Here's the scenario, right? Team 3 currently have 2 wins, and Team 1 currently have 2 wins. So after the results of this, either it's confirmed Team 1 are going into the Grand Finals with Team 2, or Team 4, they win, but they can't really get into the Grand Finals, but then it's going to be Team 1 and Team 3's round difference that will decide who gets into the final best of 3. So either way, there's not much motivation for Team 4 to really win this one, but you know, they're pro players, and you know, you live for the win, right? So I'm sure they're going to give us their best possible game, and it looks like our agent select is ready as well as we head into Bind, and we're going to see exactly who they pick up. And well, I think this was where we first saw the neon. Wait, was it here?
Was it?
You know, yesterday was a blur. I saw 7 different games, and they were all very close games. It was
2 of
very
which went
difficult to
overtime,
keep
by
track
the
of
way.
everything. Yeah, my brain just the big heavy.
It happens. It happens, and that's where I'll be there to support you and massage you after a long day. Okay, no, that's enough of that. Anyway, yeah, honestly, not much motivation for Team 4, but you know, at the very least, maybe they get to have a little bit of fun with it. Maybe they get to test the waters and then kind of get a sensing for how their opponents play, because you know, there is that big VCT Game Changers APAC tournament coming up next month.
Select your agent.
Of course, if you want to find out more about that, I'm not sure if there's a command in the chat, but it's gamechangers.fsl.gg, and all the info is on that website. But here we go. Of course, Team 4, we've got the famous Ginny. Not sure what she could do. She's playing the Jet, of course, and she might have to duel against Aphrodite, perhaps, who hopefully has finished digesting her lunch by this point.
That is the question, isn't it? Because That's exactly what she mentioned. She's not on the chamber anymore. It is now Eliza that has jumped onto the chamber. So we're getting switch ups all the time. Trix no longer on a Sova, has gone to a Sky, but it's still at least Initiator, and Too Much still on the duelist with Casper on an Astra. And that is going to be our attacker side start. Meanwhile, Aluka on the Raze, Mochi on an Astra. You know, these are some of the expected picks or what you expect to see from these particular players. Primi on a Killjoy, Ginny on a Jet. Ginny Jet, always a scary prospect as well.
Definitely. I mean, she is one of those other legendary players. We do have Kohibi, you know, quite the career in the other tactical shooter, but Ginny is another one of those players who does that, a bit of that as well. But I guess Ginny doesn't have that high DPI. Ginny used to IGL for her previous mixed gender Thai team. I think it was attack all around. At some point, they swapped over to Foxy or Rikerdai or something. And now she's competing in FSL in the VCT, which is always fun. But you're still going to need to find some frags, find some opening picks if you're going to want to maybe ruin Team 1's chances of qualifying for that Grand Finals. Let's see what happens.
Oh, you see Mochi like spots Eliza there and sort of wiggles across her. You know what's one name I miss from Thailand? The name Myth. Always a great name for a team. And Ginny is going to find the first kill. It's going to be Too Much. And Casper going down. K for Deity is there for the trailer. Looks like she has digested well as she has one tap Ginny. So does Mochi X going down as 3 versus 3 as one of these alarms is triggered. And Primi, in the middle of a reload, but Eliza and Trix will find the kills. And now it's Oreophilia on this flank with the post plant for Heaven and Spawn.
Well, fortunately, this is one that does not favor Oreophilia's position. She's going to have to push up front to find a little bit of space, and that is where she will get shot once. Now, just kind of looking for that duel. Has a secondary player to look out for as well. Pushes in towards the blinding light, but unfortunately, she gets blinded. And Trix will be the one to finish that off with a Sheriff, no less. It's 1-0. And Team 1, of course, pretty much in the lead.
It's just a huge opening there from Ginny. And it does take them down to the 2 versus 1, but you know, it still looks very convincing from Team 4. Had some great shots coming from Team 1.
Here.
Thought it might be a little bit close, but yeah, just doesn't quite work out for Team 4 currently. Ginny with the Sheriff earlier on, at the very least managing to take down 2, but as soon as they start to rush her down, the rest of the team getting eliminated as well. It's just not really what you need in that scenario. She has a shorty and she's managed to push up into the corner, but I have a feeling Alyssa's going to check it. And there she goes, pre-fire into her face. 2 players instantly gone. And if you are Team 4 at this very point in time, you're going to want to be a little bit more careful. Alika actually pushing up with a shorty. Will be able to take down 1, but K4Diety's there to back up her fallen teammate. And here we go, 1v4 retake. I don't know what Primi can do. Tries to go in for the right clicks, but runs out of ammo. And now they're just toying with their food. Finally going in for that final spray. And I don't think we expected anything else. This is that kind of flawless win for Team 1, as they only lost 1 player in that exchange. Let's see how Team 4 can actually recover from this.
Well, they have half armor on Primi and Oreophilia, and this weaponry can still do a lot of damage from Team 1. Just been getting those close angles in as much situations as possible. Trix hoping to catch the first peek here as up goes a drone. She gets tagged, has to back away. But here's Ginny waiting in case she pushes all the way in towards the showers. Meanwhile, they are taking map control towards the B site. Aphrodite spots on top of the side, spray down, and Too Much is going to win it out against Primi. That is a weapon to salvage.
Can you hold on to it, though? That is another question that I have in my mind. She manages to take the teleporter, so I guess she kind of escapes with it. Team 4, on the other hand, struggling to gain some ground. Mochi will actually hold it down for the time being, positioning right outside of showers. The gravity well holds it down even further as she eliminates yet another player. However, Team 1 continues to push up, and along with that presence from Alyssa up on the B site, they actually seize control and pretty much getting the spike down turns this into a quick 2v2 retake situation.
An easy retake, so little map control to work with. You have to retake every little inch of that space, and could be the double spray down. It is going to be, as Eliza finds both kills, and that's going to be a third round. They managed to convert the anti-eco, and that is going to be a bonus round that goes into a full rifle round for them, while the money for Team 4 gets reset once more.
And that is just kind of unfortunate. The placement of this single nebula by Casper from Team Velocity, it's just incredibly smart. I mean, it's placed deep enough that she could be positioned on the other side of it. Meanwhile, it obscures their vision as they try to push in towards the B side itself. So the only scenario that I could have seen them walking away from that one is if they actually waited for that smoke to dissipate, but instead they pushed through. And this time around, with a little bit of a half-ish buy, they're going to push up front. Team 4 still without the guns, not able to secure and hold it down. Ophelia going in for a couple of flicks, but unfortunately won't be able to connect onto any headshot. So it's going to be up to Ginny for now. Spots a player going in towards Lamps, takes down another one below her. Gets blinded, but it's okay as she docks back in towards cover. Trix is going to be the last one left alive. Might just be looking to jump in the teleporter, but Blade Storm right click right at point blank range. It's going to be Team 4 securing their first win.
I could not have made that easier.
That's a good Thrifty to watch as well. And Ginny, it's always nice to see her doing what she does best, and that's finishing off rounds in the most stylish way possible.
Jumping right click, always stylish.
That's just a little too many targets to deal with there, but they still have plenty of money left over. Casper can drop for Eliza, but she's going to opt to use the ult, the tour de force, and they come into play. And Luca start things off with perhaps a boombot. Nope, no. It's a free kill for Eliza. No boombot, no paint shells, not a regular play to make either. Luca normally a little bit safer than that. Primi position is going to be known, and she can't really stay here, so she has to back away. Now she's stuck in the back of the site. She could still find something here though, and find the timing. Very important. Aphrodite will get the trade.
Practically pinned down at that point in time. And then right now, Team 4 needs to play a little bit more safely, a little bit more secure, because they keep trying to push in along with this, but unfortunately won't even be able to deny the spike from being planted. And losing out in teammates, a lone player won't be able to deal against the 2 or 3 that are already on that B site. So 4-1, it's going to be Team 1 yet again securing another win.
It's hard for them to string together rounds. It's hard to build up momentum on your defense, and this is of course also a characteristic part of Bind. It's that defense can be broken fairly easily if you are disorganized, if you don't really play together and have that work as Aphrodite finds Mochi. There is a 4-woman stack over towards the A side. Well, it's now been thinned down to 3 women as they rotate Killjoy over from the B side. Aphrodite is clearing everything, and all this map control being taken. Ginny hoping to take a fight here with the Sheriff.
Unfortunately, that fight won't favor Ginny, as the knives will do the trick. Primi up close and personal, though, will be able to take her down, but unfortunately gets traded by Trix, who finds yet another. Ophelia swings off of her teammate's fallen contact, but what she doesn't know is that there is another player too much hiding inside of Showers, who will finish that one off. So 5-1 now. Team 1 are not slowing down, and meanwhile Team 4, I'm not sure if it's because they're getting a little bit aggressive or because they don't have the guns, but they're just not quite able to stop the spike from getting planted.
That works. Let's see what their Astra can do.
See, Ginny, this could be a big help having that operator in play, but that is not a good start for Team 4 at all. Tricks a free kill onto Aluka with no one able to trade.
And without that, it just gives up space for K4Daddy to actually push up front. With a stronger, more aggressive forward position, she eliminates Mochi. Makes it a bit of a trade for her team as well. They have the numbers advantage, they have the spike, they have the site under control. But then the lockdown from out of nowhere. All of a sudden they are going to have to fall back and retreat from their current positions. And then maybe going to stop the defuse from going through. Unfortunately, Alyssa will be detained. Meanwhile, Trix hiding from inside of Showers, trying to hold her ground. Primmy's going to try to clear out Alyssa, but unfortunately taking a little bit too long. She gets shot in the head. And there it is, a 1v1. Chamber versus Sova. Taps the spike, but unfortunately Alyssa's just a little bit sharper. Swings out of nowhere and secures the frag. 6-1. I mean, what is happening, Chase?
I think it's the fact that Team 4 are very reluctant to take too much map control. I feel like if they're going for the retakes, they just don't have enough space to work with. And also the fact that their positioning doesn't leave too many gaps for refrags and the double peaks as well. There's not a lot of crossfires happening. And there's also a lot of individual talent coming in from Team 1 that is making a lot of these aim duels look a little bit one-sided as well. Normally, when I see attacker sides on Byte, I'm not going to lie, it always looks like the attacker side just can't hit their shots. It feels like the bullets don't normally make impact. But here, Team 1, they look like they're just having the time of their lives. They're hitting the shots they feel confident to take. And look at this full rotate towards the B side. This is how are they outplaying themselves so much here?
Plant the spike.
Oh my goodness. Was there even a single sound? They're starting to overthink themselves.
Right there.
And it's because of that that allows for Team 1 to set up these favorable scenarios, push themselves up into these positions where all they really need to do is to anticipate where Team 4 will peek out from. And right now, it's all a little bit too clear because there's only two positions where they could come from, either Heaven or CT. And of course, Team 1 are a little bit prepared for this. Unfortunately, Ginny is on the other side as well, so she finds a headshot. Primy goes in. K4Daddy holds it down with the sprays, gets the third, looks for the fourth. Her teammates are there to back her up as well. They all know where Team 4's players are positioned. The Marshall shots rolling forward, only able to do one kill though, and K4Daddy finishes it off with a quadra.
Getting another one-sided game here, and I mean, we should be seeing 2 7-1s in one day, but it's exactly what we're seeing. But this is leading up to a very exciting final best of 3.
Going above.
To say the least.
That'll work.
Last time we saw Team 1 against Team 2, Team 2 came out victorious with 13-8, so not quite sure what's going to happen then, but we'll just have to wait and see. For now, Team 1 continuing forward with their aggression to push up front. K4Daddy actually getting eliminated by Mochi, so that's a lovely change. Meanwhile, we got Ginny on a little journey of her own with her Blade Storm. She hears the jumps, she goes in for the knives, unfortunately misses every single one, has to swap to her Sheriff, and at that range with the Cloud Burst, just can't quite pull it out in time. Allows for Team 1 to make that frag happen. And one elimination could mean that the B-side defenses have been weakened, so they're actually going to commit into this. And somehow, Team4 is just not quite prepared. Alyssa is going on a tear of her own.
So aggressive, just pushing into spawn. Like, Primy, they all know where she is. They can all just peek her one by one if they want to. And this is another very dominant game. Team 1, they've pretty much secured their position at this point. 15 kills, 12 kills in the first 8 rounds. Double the kills the rounds we have already. And Eliza, I mean, she's feeling confident. And I'm so excited to see what they bring to the table when they go up against Team Kohibi.
Team Kohibi. Still, I am kind of curious. All right, so K4Daddy, Kohibi, they're on the same team. What's it gonna be like when they play against each other? That's not too important right now as the Cosmic Divide goes up, and Oreophilia inside of Showers will be able to do a little bit of damage, thinning the numbers as it were, but K4Daddy just doesn't care, goes in, sprays it down, pings out the operator for her teammates to... Oh, no, she's gonna pick it up, actually. Doesn't have her tailwind though, so it's going to be all up to positioning, and Team 4 looking to make the retakes happen, but without the best weaponry, Preemie eats it. Now it's up to Mochi coming from the back. She makes a little hop, and not quite sure, but Casper was fully aware of that. So 9-1. We're nearing the end of the first half, Jace.
And that scoreline has stayed the same for, well, 7 of the last 9 rounds. I'm not sure what they can really do on this defense. They have to eke on this one. They want to buy fully going into the last round. And I think one of the other characteristic things here is Aluka being very quiet. She played well yesterday against a team, against Ayumi's team on Fracture. But so far, she has been very quiet here. She does have the judge in hand. I think they are going to swing her. And so that position is given out. Luca will still find the double kill, though. And that is a great start to this round with some weapons to salvage as well.
The classic bait and switch. Get them to peek in towards Hookah, and that's where they walk into an unsuspecting judge. Oreophilia finally getting some frags as well. And they will be able to retrieve some weapons off of those fallen corpses. 5v2. And Team 1 are still not quite given up. I mean, it's only the second last round of the first half. They have an operator. K4Daddy's looking to find some nasty shots. Actually eliminates the player towards the back of that. Dashes away, evades the showstopper. Now looking to connect on towards the others. Pulls out her Blade Storm in time, but unfortunately is only able to take down one, as Jenny and the rest of her team turn the entirety of Hookah into a firing range. So there it is, 9-2.
I like that. You know, I mentioned Aluka, and she heard me. And that's very important because she comes to life in that particular round. And Ginny, of course, to get the final kill. If Kohibi is the queen, Ginny is the princess. And both of them defend their kingdom. They're like warrior monarchs.
You want to play? Let's play.
I like that.
I like you.
Okay.
Deity to find the first. Eliza tries to go for a second, but my goodness, she gets lit low. Good thing for them, they have a Sky to fall back on.
Certainly will get topped off, but oh no. Unfortunately, Luca whiffs her spray, and that allows her too much to push up front. They get control of the site, and with Ginny scoped in, she doesn't quite see outside of that tiny, tiny field of view. 2 players are all that remains on Team 4, and unless Preemie can find a couple more frags, it's going to be a pretty much insurmountable task ahead of them. The lockdown makes it a little bit better, though, but Trix wants to push into it. She does it alone, and that's where she falls, turning this into a 2v2, but oh my goodness, too much with the crosshair placement, all up for her. She finds the frag, but gets traded, turns it back into a 1v1. Oreophilia continues to push up front, but unfortunately drops to Casper's spray. The shock dart makes it another frag, but without her pool of health, she won't be able to get the defuse. And that means Team 1 finished the end of the first half with a 10-2 scoreline.
My goodness, that is an inspired little shock dart there, and it's a great way to end that first half. And now we get to see them on their defense, and let's see if Team 4 have some tricks up their sleeve to get aggressive.
Well, they certainly need it if they're going to do a little bit more damage to Team 1 and then possibly ruin their chances of qualifying for the Grand Finals. But with a 10-2 scoreline, I have a feeling that they already have enough. We'll see what happens. Losing one player that early on does not bode well for Team 4 at all, but they are not discouraged, continuing to push up front along with the Aldron. Boombot to clear out the backup elbow. Now they're just looking for those frags. Kfredidi jumping outside of the nebula, though. Something that they didn't quite expect. Alika bites the dust, and now they're forced to rotate, fall back, perhaps jump through the teleporter. They've got a whole minute to work with.
Same.
Oh no!
Oh! Eliza! What a shot! It's such a flick as well. It looks so impressive when you see little things like that. Ophelia finding Casper, but this is a 1 versus 4, and already this is looking like the beginning of the end, as Ophelia will find one more little consolation prize. Kfredidi knows what she's looking for. There's the triple kill, and there is the 11th round on the board. 2 to go, and 11 to even things out if Team 4 want to make it back into this. Or rather, it is, it's not 11, it's 10 to go.
That just sounds like way too much math. Way too many rounds. And Team 1, I mean, along with that win, you know, they stand a pretty good chance at pushing this into match point. Of course, Team 4 not backing down. They're going in with a force buy of their own. Maybe those guns can do something about it, but I'm not quite sure, considering the fact that it's a Bucky, and that thing's been nerfed. The Stinger will be able to do quite a bit of damage, though, and swapping that for a Spectre is a nice upgrade.
Spike down A.
Unfortunately, there are some trades into play. Too much, along with Alyssa, pushing in to retake some control. And right now, we're back into that 2v2. Alika looking to make some more trades happen, comes back in to eliminate tricks. And now it's up to this 1v1, Kfredidi versus the Rays. She has nothing but a Marshall, but still connects that headshot mid-air. Alika tried to jump through the teleporter. She couldn't even make it past it just because Kfredidi was a little bit too sharp, a little bit too fast.
I feel like she had to like crouch walk through if she wanted to live there. My goodness, that jump provided the opportunity she needed. What a shot that is. That is like, what, a split second. Just a split second to catch that shot. And Kfredidi now 21 kills. She is absolutely feeling it.
This is like that one of the newer episodes of Attack on Titan. I don't want to spoil it, but you know what I'm talking about if you watch it or if you've read. I don't know. Trying to run to touch someone and then you get shot in the head. But here we go. Match points. And
of the series and of this game.
Unfortunately, they're actually sustaining quite a bit of damage because somehow Team 4 has decided that they're not playing around anymore. All of the utilities...
now is the time they come alive.
Now is the time.
Here it is. The comeback 9 in a row as Team 4 and Team 1 are going to go 12-12.
You think?
You know, sometimes you have to build like a fake narrative.
Yeah, we got to keep it interesting. But still,
you're interesting.
Oh, every single time, and I just start blushing.
You're not allowed to talk anymore.
I got butterflies in my stomach. When are you gonna ask me out, Chase? No, I'm kidding.
You know, it's after the pandemic. You know,
after
I'll buy you a drink first, even.
Ooh, trying to get me drunk.
Oh dear. Maybe not, Ginny. Oh, it's a close fight to take. There it is. The shotgun comes to play, pulling in Aluka. The double kill with the judge, but Aluka won't fall for her own traps. Meanwhile, Ophelia has pushed all the way up B long, and all 3 players here are ready to push into the site. But look at all this utility lying in wait.
Oh, that's just disgusting. The judge is so good in that one spot. And now Team 4 are forced to find other alternative options. Jumping through the teleporter, leaving Alika up over by Garden. I'm not sure what she's looking to do because everyone has already rotated over onto A. And if you were trying to pull off a fake, this is not how you would do it. As they continue to push up front, it's going to be up to Primi. Unfortunately, she falls. And now the slow rotation from Alika. She has a showstopper, so she might be able to do something. Has to make it work if she wants to keep her team's dream alive. B hops in and out, tries to bait some peeks, tries to find Team 1's positions. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to do it. 70 HP. 15 seconds is all that remains, so she has to commit onto this A site. Tries to flush him out of position. Will be able to bait out the first peek and takes down Casper. Spike gets planted. Not pulling out the showstopper yet. Here we go. Counting down the fuse, just buying and biding her time. Doesn't want to let Trix, her own in-game leader, win this round. Trix down to 28 HP, by the way. A single whisper, and she's gonna fall. Going in to clear out showers, going in to find a little bit more space. Sends out that guiding light just to discourage the peaks from going through, but the pink shells will be the one to do it. And that, just like that, is the quadra. 4 kills and 4 wins for Team 4.
Play there from Aluka, a 4K to keep them in the running, and as I said, it is the comeback. 12-12. Don't quote me.
Quote Chase. Don't listen to him. By the way, the number 4 is kind of a bad omen in Eastern or Asian or Chinese or Japanese. I don't know what you call it, superstitions, because 4 like sounds like death. So with the fact that they're Team 4 with 4 wins and 4 kills, I'm not quite sure where this is going. I'm not a very superstitious person, but let's see what happens. Trying to pull off the B split. We've got Cape for Daddy with a Blade Storm, however. Sends out 3 knives. They don't quite connect in towards a kill.
I think if ever there was a number that was cursed in this game, it would be 9-3.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we always see the most epic comebacks from that particular scoreline. And here's Primi ready to open up this side by locking it down. Kind of ironic, as Casper has to start backing away, making space for herself. So Escape for Deity still secures a kill, though, before escaping. And is going to be locked down. Yeah, that is the Astra hiding in the corner. Ophelia does manage to kill onto too much, and Aluka waiting to find this kill, knowing around the corner, but Aluka finds the double kill. Great spray transfer in that particular situation. Mochi X will find Casper. Now it's not to Trix in the 1 versus 3. Perhaps in the 1 versus 1 it was doable, but in this scenario with Justice Sheriff, it's not ideal.
Oh, certainly not, especially not when you got 3 players on the other side. And yeah, peekaboo, you get shot in the face. It's 12-5. Team 1 might just be able to do it now that they've saved up for 3 straight rounds. They're coming into this with a full buy of their own. Team 4, however, they just flicked that switch and now starting to find a couple more wins. Ginny with her operator as well. I'm not quite sure how useful that's going to be on the attacking side, but she could be really useful in locking down some positions, especially if she's going to peek showers. Oh, there's the frag. And off the initial one, inspires confidence for Alika. Double satchel onto sight. Death from above. 3 players are all that remain on T1's defense.
Spike planted.
I wonder if Trix like really wants to finish the game right now, or if she's like proud of Aluka.
Maybe a bit of both.
Maybe a bit of both.
Oh,
And
no.
Ginny missed shot, but will escape to safety. And all 5 players post planning inside the site. Trix, flash goes out, no one gets affected. Sends out another one. And there is a bit of a blind, but so much utility. Trix I mean, what more can she really do here? There's the information, there's the peek, there's the swarm grenade. Everything they can use to keep her away from U-Haul. And Aluka with a triple kill, Mochi X to finish them off. And 12-6, a much more respectable scoreline.
Much more. And if they can keep this up, I mean, first of all, the prophecy, 12-12. Second of all, they might just ruin Team 1's chances of qualifying for Grand Finals. So let's see how they can keep this up.
I think they're already qualified.
Team 1?
Because of the head-to-head score.
Oh.
They already beat the other team in head-to-head, so...
Regardless, this is a very nice showing.
You're a nice showing. Aluka gonna be entering into hookah, and oh, what a flick onto K4Deity!
Oh.
She just swings completely to the left. What was that?
You gotta be proud of her if you're Triggs right now. Picks up the share for good measure as well, continuing to spray down in towards spawn, preventing Team 1's defenders from pushing out and retaking the site. At the very least, it's going to be the operator that scares them too much, still going to try to find a frag, but won't be able to do it. It's the flawless win, Team 4 at a 7-12 now. Not giving up.
My goodness. It's the entries are just getting more and more convincing, aren't they? And Aluka hitting some crazy shots onto players, you know, completely to her 90-degree angle and instantly erasing them. That's exactly what Team 4 needs. I just hope it's not too little too late, or too much too late, as they still have 5 rounds to go. Team 1, how long are they been sitting on this match point? K4Deity play a close angle. Her position was not exposed, but that is unfortunate. Aluka erased at the very start. Ophelia going to get the refrag, but Aluka was their ace in the hole up until this point.
Well, now that ace up their sleeves is gone, Hunter's Fury being deployed as well. Somehow Alyssa's going to push back into this one, and they're pretty much pinned down just because of this one player. She even goes in for the third one. Now possibly going to get the fourth as she reloads. Too much comes in along with that, and Team 1 close this out at the very end, 13-7.
It took them a while. It took them many a round on their defense, but finally they did shut things down, and K4Deity at the top there with 26 kills and 15 deaths. Not as impressive perhaps as Kohibi, but 370 ACS, it's higher than Kohibi's. To be fair, she had more rounds to do it in. So, well played there by Team 1 at the very end. And Team 4, another nice attempt. Aluka really came to life, but I think it was just a little bit too late into the game for the impact to be made. But there you have it. That is going to be the result. And I believe we are going to have Team 2. It's going to be a rematch of our first games. Team 2 going up against Team 1, and that is your best of 3, and then you're gonna have the vetoes happening as well, so you get to see what maps they'll be playing in this best of 3. So it's gonna be an exciting game, because we saw this was the very first game, and it was Team Kohibi winning it out 13-8 against Team 1, against Team Trix, and that was on Icebox, so perhaps they want to avoid that particular matchup in that scenario. But Trix, K4Deity, Casper, Too Much, and Eliza going up against Kohibi, Iceberg, Lorcus, Baby TZ, and Gwen. It's a very fun final matchup, and I think this is going to be a great best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to deal with. I mean, the last time they actually played on Icebox, it ended in an 8-13 in favor of Team Kohibi, so hopefully that doesn't repeat itself. They might just want to play on Icebox again to, you know, maybe make a statement, discourage Team Kohibi a little bit, but whatever it is, we're going to have to find out after the break. So in the meantime, quick shout out to our sponsors, Intel as well as Yahoo, for helping us run all of this brilliant FSL Valorant Showdown action. But yeah, as I mentioned before, coming up after this, Team 1 versus Team 2, Kohibi versus Trix, and the rest of them coming up next in the Grand Finals after this break.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. lives we're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight.
The sun has come out to play, and so have the girls as we head into the FSL Showdown Best of 3 Finals. Did you like that?
Yeah, I like that. I like you.
How bad was it? It's like, so I've got like a window right here, and it shines right onto my face. I also had a sleep mark right here. It has just disappeared just as we started. So I was like, good timing, well done me. But here we are going into the absolute finals now, Team 1 versus Team 2, and we're going to Icebox. It's a story of revenge between these two teams, as Icebox was picked by Team Kahibi, and Team 1, Team Trix, decided to go on defender side, and then on Ascent, Team Trix picked that, and then of course Team 2, Kahibi, starting on the defender side. And then if we go to a third map, it's going to be on Haven, that was left over, and it will be Team Kahibi going on the defense again. So those are the basic building blocks of what is going to be a monumental game.
Yeah, truly
Big
monumental.
words.
At least for this FSL Valorant Showdown Grand Finals, right? And I gotta say, these map picks, they are really safe. I mean, you could have gone split, you could have done something wild, like maybe Fracture. If not Fracture, Breeze. But no, it's going to be Icebox, something that's tried and true. Team Kohibi beat Team 1 on Icebox yesterday, 13-8. Can they do the same thing again? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. I mean, if Kohibi's performance, if Baby TZ's performance from that previous game says anything, yeah, they probably can. Because the way that they were playing earlier on is just insane. It's ridiculous.
You're absolutely correct. And now we are going into the Agent Select to see who they're going to be running with going into the Icebox game. And of course, you do get the basic building blocks. Again, basic building blocks. It's my favorite word to use at the moment, as we do have the Viper, the Sova, and the Jet. These are 3 parts to an Icebox game that you definitely need, because you need those walls for those big sites, you need the info coming in from the Sova, and you need the Jet for the operator players, and then you have those option choices, right? Sage picks, always good for getting the spike down and then countering that spike plant, and then Reyna, a comfort pick to keep a strong duelist in the running, and Kohibi has sat on a duelist, so scary prospect.
Yeah, the 2 sharpest fraggers on the side of Team 2 already on their duelist roles. I mean, even when Kohibi wasn't a duelist early on, she was Cypher, still able to top frag and play incredibly well, just out of her mind. And here on Icebox, yeah, I mean, honestly, these are really safe picks. You're going with your comfort choices, comfort agents, whether it's the Viper controller, whether it's Sova, and so on and so forth. It's something that I guess it's kind of like a jack of all trades, maybe master of none type situation. It's really versatile, but maybe nothing too special, nothing to really write home about. I mean, I'm not seeing like a wild KO or a Neon or anything. But here we go. I mean, mirror matchup, basically, right, Chase?
Love mirrors. That's king. That sounds incredibly vain, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I'm neutral with mirrors, but yeah, a mirror matchup. You get to see it. It all comes down to that skill, doesn't it? It's no longer a question of certain setups. It's a question of who did it better. And well, starting things off, a couple of players pushing towards the A site. The spike took a little peek towards B long inside, heading back, but they've gotten a lot of information as to how many players are holding that site, and they saw as soon as that drone came out, they started rotating players over. You can see how many of them left that site, perhaps looking towards mid as well, as Lorcos hope to try and catch this first kill, as Kfrdiety trying to be the anchor, holding into B long.
Well, Kfrdiety has to be the one to delay them for as long as possible, and along with the help of Tricks, she will be able to get that initial pick. And now, along with information, the entire team is rotating over, but it might be just a second too late as the frags continue to ring forward. Baby TZ finding these headshots gives her team this big advantage, along with the spike getting planted. 3 players looking to retake as Casper finds a dink. If she can get a frag and perhaps secure the position over yellow, that would be even better. But there are 3 players on the other side of that box, so peeking into that blindly is just going to hurt your chances. Now, Alyssa, with nothing but a sheriff, might just be able to find a couple more frags, but with the timer taking away, I don't think she can defuse safely anymore. In fact, it's going to be Kohibi with the peeks and the swings and the shots from her ghost. Team 2 takes away pistol.
Kohibi and Baby TZ, exactly where you expect them to be, at the top there with 2 kills each. And Trix, she leads by example. She's at the top there as well for her team. But when you're leading by example against Kohibi and Baby TZ, you require a special something, a special X factor to come out of your team. And I think Eliza may be able to bring it. But there you go. Team 2 taking that first round. Let's see if they can convert it properly as Kfrdiety. You saw she was about to go for a little fake, then pushes forward, spots the recon bolt, and immediately bolts straight back into the side.
No longer a safe or secure position. They hear all those footsteps. They hear the gunfire. They know where it's coming from. So they're trying to set up crossfires on the other side of this toxic screen. This is a very interesting setup, something that I might actually expect to see from an actual team, but here we are. It's a show match, and they've got some interesting strategies as well. On the other side of the maze, on the other side of the pipes, 2 classics holding it on off angles. As soon as anyone peeks into that, they might just get tagged. Here we go, the Lear right above of Alyssa. She's not blind at all, so she will be able to find at least 1. Kfrdiety tries to find another as well. Picks up 2. But unfortunately drops the Baby TZ's Guardian. Up too close, though. She's going to lose her gun. And Team 1 actually managed to win this with a thrifty.
It's just that wall. It was literally all that wall. They all stay on the other side of it, and for some reason, Team 2 felt so emboldened to just push straight through it. And perhaps it's, they're riding that momentum for the last game. They're feeling all of that, all the success going into this. But you have to pick the right battles as well, because that was a round that they definitely should have had, considering the weapons they brought into it and the economy they had invested into it as well. And what happens? It is Team 1 that come out triumphant, and a very good defense to just to slow down this progress from Team 2. And I think they may have learned from them from their games from yesterday as well.
It's certainly not something you prefer, but wow, Baby TZ, she's hiding under that owl drone. They did not know that she was here. She tries to pick up the weapon, finally manages to get it. Tailwinds in towards halls, in towards the tube, where she might be able to find Alyssa if she peeks it. Oh my god, but the dig is good. She's got a Vandal on the 3rd round, and she's looking to make the most out of that thing, but whips her sprays just by a bit, goes back in with a classic right click, and finally finishes off Gwen. It's 2-1, Team 1. Team 1's favor.
Bro, that instant dink, like, that must have felt so painful. You're standing on the other side, you finally got that weapon, you get dinked through the wall. It's like, hold up, I was about to make a play, how dare you? And they convert the round. That is what matters in that 2-1. And, while Baby TZ forced to get onto the Marshall, but does have an ult available as well, so definitely the potential to do the damage they need to do. All 5 players ready to push down B long.
There we go.
Okay, Daddy knows. She knows.
Rushing in, she's got her Poison Cloud already up and running. Snakebite just to delay them a little bit further. And then Casper, who could slow them down as well. There's the first orb. They're still going to push through regardless. The wall is there as well, and they're just going to try to shoot down that thing so that they can plant the spike safely. But I think that's just going to eat up too many resources, considering the fact that Alyssa has an operator as well.
Here.
Trying to lock down the angles with that thing. It's a really, really big stick, but they've managed to take off 2 panels, and now they're going in to commit to the plant. Fortunately, the push comes out at the right time. K490 has managed to stifle the planter. 3v4, and Team 1 are in a better position than before.
Toxins going up.
Gwen, unfortunately, can't shut down too much. I guess she was too much for Gwen.
Here.
30 seconds left.
There you go, and Eliza shutting down Kahibi as well. Big kill to find in this 1 versus 2. That spike has not gone down, has been retrieved, and with 18 seconds, this cross. Oh, playing the long game, are we? 200 IQ on the way. Okay, Aphrodite watching the angle. 201 IQ seems to win it out. 3-1, Team 1 extending their lead.
201 IQ. Just 1 point over 200, and that's all you really need, because at that point she just doesn't have enough health to sustain herself, and instead going for that wide swing. Unfortunately, a single bullet is going to do the trick regardless, so it wasn't even a headshot, but it does the trick. 3-2-1, and right now 2 of the duelists on Team 1's roster are sitting on their ultimates, and that's just going to come in handy to chain even more wins. Could this be Team 1 actually claiming vengeance from the loss from yesterday? Alyssa trying to chain these streaks back to back. Casper there to back her up from the top of Boiler as well. Unfortunately, they're going to eat 1 shot from the Sheriff, a second one to boot. Lorcox looking to make this even more painful, but Alyssa shuts that down. It's all up to Kohibi in a 1v3. Pulls out her ADS, connects that headshot, anticipates the push from the back. Doesn't realize that K4Daddy is going to be peeking from kitchen, however. And that is just her teammates dishing out the dirt and still closing it out with a 4-1.
This went from a pistol round to a stolen eco round to winning these gun rounds, and now Baby TZ has the operator in hand. They're hoping this can be their first shot back at getting at that 8-4, because we've just been seeing it time and time again. And I mean, what kind of best of 3 would this be if it was representative of the entire tournament, going from yesterday to today, if we didn't see another 8-4? So Eliza holds a close angle. No one's pushing from that particular position. Baby TZ hoping someone peeks from below, and Eliza forced off the position. Baby TZ straight into her clutches.
Was that mid-dash too? She actually shot her as soon as she tried to dash away? That is gnarly. Now with all this information, they can pretty much tell that the hit is coming in towards A. They should be prepared for this. However, that wall stops too much as death march forward. And right now, it's just Team 2 decimating every single defensive player on the A site. It's all up to K4Daddy. This time, her wall won't be that useful, as she is the only one left. Tries to evade that recon bolt. Might just be looking to pass forward. Unfortunately, loses out the duel against Lorcox, and there it is. Team 2 striking back against Team 1's 4-win streak.
And that's worked out really well. That owl drone coming out, forcing positions out. Kahibi, doing what she does. And of course, K4Daddy, 4 versus 1. It didn't look like there was much she could do in that particular position. But Team 2 showing that raw potential talent from each one of these players, and too much turns on the aim bots.
The
spinning
or maybe she's spinning her wireless mouse. Who knows?
No, that's hacks.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so too much. Again, this position, you cannot hide in this position because that owl drone is going to try and take you out every single time. Iceberg has a lineup ready to go. It's going to be a recon bolt,
Uh-oh.
and it's going to provide the information. Too much is going to avoid the Hunter's Fury, but does take a good amount of damage. But she's a Reyna, just needs a kill to get back into the game here.
Whether or not she's going to be able to find that kill, though. Might prefer if she was in a safer position, something that allows her to escape, but instead she's going to plant her foot firmly in the ground. Crossover, gets taken out by Baby TZ. Just like that, Team 1 has lost control over the site. Viper's Pit being deployed as well. Kohibi from the top, swinging, finding headshots. She's going in again, looking for the third one. There it is. What can you do if you're K490 at this point, other than to back off? She's going to stay planted down as well, finding that headshot on towards Iceberg. Still has to work against her opposing Viper Pit, though.
Oh, did TZ see that? I think she
Wait.
did. That's why you can see that shot just rang through like wildly.
Aw.
Trix jumps on the other side of the wall, unfortunately, and that should spell the end because there's just no time to go for this anymore. And anything at this point is just consolation prizes. As pushing through, that is going to be an AWP taken away. They can recover that. Trix just wants to take out every single individual, make sure they don't get to save any weapons, and Trix is actually going to manage to run out of the site and survive as well. Closes it down to 1 point difference. Trix will be able to recover that AWP, but neither will. Never mind, Gwen stuck it. Gwen has taken the AWP. Team player all the way to the end there. And I mean, just look at Kohibi dancing around on the second floor. And the only thing that can take is someone from behind. In a sort of aim duel, she just seems to win them time and time again. And Trix, a great job to just damage that economy for Team 2.
Yeah, that was pretty sneaky of Trix. I mean, Viper's Pit is just a really, really big smoke. And if you're staying inside of that thing to keep it up, it allows for players like Trix to kind of maneuver around from the top. Regardless, it's still a 4-3, and Team 2 are looking to equalize the scoreboard. With Trix pretty much the only one holding a proper rifle in the round. She gets eliminated. 2 March tries to find a trade with a Spectre, but now is all too aware that Team 2 has already made their way up the site. They're even getting the spike planted. Baby TZ just locking down the angle onto its screens. Kohibi denies 2 March any form of happiness. There it is, 4-4.
Baby TZ BMing her own teammate there. We've been seeing actually a trend of that in this tournament. Anytime they beat their teammates, they're just BMing their own team. So yeah, it's always nice to do. The one time I go up against Illustrado, he did BM me as well, and not rightfully so. I shall forever hold that grudge against him until I beat him fair and square. Until that day, we continue casting. And Trix denying information, but gathering some information for herself, and Too Much with a wall bang headshot onto Iceberg. Very nice.
You will not kill my ally.
Even with the positions, though. The rest comes through. And they're trying to discourage them from peeking forward. Continuing to spray and burst down. Too Much, unfortunately, won't quite get the right angle that she wants. Casper peeks into middle, and Baby TZ just takes her out with the operator. 1 shot, 1 kill. She rotates back onto the A site. Kohibi might just be the one to toy with their rotations. Find a couple more frags. Gets the one, repositions herself. And now you got Baby TZ flying from above. Unfortunately, gets swatted down by Trix. But to what avail? Trix is the only one left, and the spike has been planted. Tries to find a couple more duels, but unfortunately, Iceberg swings from below. Well, actually from above. And Team 2 are in the lead, 5-4.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
It's taken them a little while since that pistol, but they have retaken the lead. And now, again, that 8-4, it's always precariously hanging there. waiting for someone to grab it. But hopefully we get another 7-5 today. I like it when the score lines are just a little bit closer, you know? It makes for a more exciting second half, because then that pistol round becomes very important. It either extends the lead to the end, or it starts to close down the lead very, very quickly. And Gwen, lineup ready to go. Little run forward, and out it goes. Perhaps you guys can use that in your next game should you have to pick up the Viper. Aphrodite gets tagged before she can jump in, and once again she's forced out of that push into mid.
Looking to use her toxic screen to create off angles for herself and her team, but positions towards mid, it's just getting shut down. They're trying to break past it to maybe incept more question marks into the minds of Team 1's defenders. Now they're certainly thinking there could be a push coming in from Garage, coming in from mid. So Alyssa is going to try to retrieve a little bit more information. Gets a tag with her Marshall. Unfortunately, that's the best that she can do. The team has already pushed up front. They've already gotten the spike down, and along with that, full control, setting up for post plants now.
Green ice wall. It's a weird glitch. I don't know what causes it.
The green hue.
It's strange, isn't it? Even on the it's like it's an enemy ice wall, so it's like reddish, but it's also green. What's going on there? HEYIMQUACK has secured another kill, and one by one, falling victim to these peaks. Ice wall goes down. Baby TC find the final kill, but Eliza's gonna find it. That's gonna be Gwen to get the trade, and 6-4. They have reached the point of no return. It's impossible for them to go into the second half with any kind of disadvantage.
And that's what you really are looking to secure when you're playing attacker on Icebox. Still 6-4. That was a safe round for Team 1, so we weren't really expecting all that much. But now that they have the full buys, if there is a single time to push this into a possible 8-4 storyline, Team 1 has to do it now. They don't, they might be forced to play a forced buy onto the last round of the first half. Certainly don't want to do that. They're trying to deny Team 2 that map control as much as possible. Viper's Pit on towards the A site. Barrier orb in towards middle, but Baby TZ doesn't care. Peeks with the operator, finds a headshot, and then rotates back around to the top of nest.
What a cheeky angle for Iceberg to just hold on to.
Take flight.
They are kind of forced to go towards the A side unless they can take care of this Viper. And Viper has completely left the smoke in order to avoid the Owl drone. And then she can just jump back in. And they do rotate some players back over to A, but they are slowly progressing towards B. So Trix does have a bit of work to do just to defend with this initial defense. Oh, spotted! And the back of yellow, Lorcos is taken down. That doesn't discourage them, though. They just continue on. The wall has gone up here for the Viper as well. Spike should be going down momentarily.
Such a strong angle. Hunter's Fury as well getting deployed. And it makes it so much more tricky for Team 2 to get the spike planted. They finally get to go in for it, but the swing comes through and Casper denies the plant. We've got 10 seconds left just to get that thing down. Alyssa's going to deny it for as long as possible. She swings up forward, but unfortunately gets eliminated. The trades go through, and HEYIMQUACK comes up huge with a triple spray. Team 2 secure the 7-4.
Yeah, it's like at the moment, you're seeing just as that spike is supposed to go down, a huge double swing comes in. They knew the pressure that was coming in there. HEYIMQUACK and Baby TZ, and those are the two players you don't want peeking your way. And so well played there. And I mean, they just keep extending. They just keep doing better and better every time.
Was it 6 rounds in a row? I think it's 6 rounds in a row. If they win this one as well, oh my god, that's gonna be 7 rounds in a row now. Without those guns, without the best possible angles, Team 1 surely cannot defend against this. Maybe TZ, though, still a little bit overly aggressive with an operator of all things. She gets shut down by too much. And now, brief moment of respite. They try to reset and hold down, wait for those peaks from Team 1 to eliminate them one by one. But Kfredite with the Guardian, she's going to be good for 2. Gets eliminated by her teammate, Kohivi, and now we're back into a 2v2. They don't expect a flank from Trix, though. And there it is, 2 headshots to close it out. You got that 7-5 that you were looking for, Jace.
Switching sides.
Second time today, and they have broken that little spell, so it is nice to see. As, I mean, Kfredite, what a defense there. That is a great way to hold the site. And of course, Kohibi, that is the only way to take it down. It is those backstabs, isn't it? And Trix, of course, she comes into play as well. And Kohibi and Baby TZ, 19 kills, 6 deaths. She is continuing on with that amazing performance so far. But let's see if Team 1 have a couple of strats here on their offensive to keep themselves in the running.
Yeah, 15 kills, 10 deaths as well. It's pretty darn impressive. And it just seems like they're doing most of the heavy lifting. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to do the same thing on defense now. And of course, this is exceptionally crucial for Team 1 to pick up the pistol. So Big Gwen getting a little bit of info. Toxic screen to prevent them from pushing past it, denying them that map control that they're looking for. But the Owl Drone makes it slightly easier. They peek off of that thing, and they pick up 2 quick kills as a result. Baby TZ trying to do a little bit of damage from the top of those boxes, but unfortunately will not be able to deny that spike plant. So there it goes. Wants to find a couple more frags, but I don't think the Chef's going to be able to do much from that angle. Unfortunately, she's only going to be able to see all that much. And with blind shots past the toxic screen, Casper actually secures it. This is 4 players alive at the end of the second half pistol. And Team 1 secure it.
It's good to see they're getting closer and closer to each other now, and this is exactly what I wanted going into this final best of 3. The best of the best teams when it comes to individual performance, considering that these girls have not played together as a team before. I'm sure some of them have played the odd game here and there with each other, but considering the fact that it really is the individual talent, this is almost like a measure of their individual skill jumping into this. You get to see who made the best team out of that particular situation. And because it's this close, it's nice to see how close the female scene has come at this point. Imagine all these new names have come into the scene, keeping up against a player like Kohibi as Baby TZ finds the first kill. There's Casper and Eliza there to Frank back. And 4 versus 3, make that 4 versus 2, because it looks like Team 1 are looking to convert this properly.
1 enemy remaining.
I don't know if they can actually do it. Team 1, they just make it almost flawless again, losing only 1 player. They just push up front. And like you said, right, this is the team that we're looking at. You got a lot of incredible gems and players from X10C, but also incredible players from the side of NGX. I guess previously RTS, currently they are without a tag. That's Kohibi, Kfredite's team, previous team. They've got a new org, but it's not been announced yet, so we're just waiting for that. Meanwhile, Team 1 continuing and looking to secure this bonus round. They're going to go and hit the A site with the full force of Too Much, Trix, and everyone else. Kfredite as the flank guard.
Oh dear, Baby TZ, what a shot onto Eliza. And that, I mean, that's just completely slowed it down. They've just completely stopped in their tracks, but they've even hit the site, and they've now started to back away a little bit. Baby TZ looking for perhaps another target, and I think this is kind of stuck Kfredite, but you're not stuck in here with her. You're sorry, she's not stuck here with you. You're stuck in here with her, with a double kill coming in for Kfredite, and Lorca's going to get that refrag to bring it back to 3 versus 3, and that was the opening they needed to get the spike down. Lorca does not peek that angle, and coming in from the flank Too Much. Well, she's going to get shut down by Iceberg, but this 2 versus 3 is still possible. Casper does get tagged. I know exactly where she is. She can't go for the swing, and Lorcas and Kohibi to shut them down and to get the defuse as well. Well played by Team 2, and that is going to be them again retaining the lead.
Defuse the spike.
just as soon as it seems like T1 was about to find their footing in this game, in this map, Team 2 come back in to steal it away now that they have their full buys. However, if there's one silver lining, it would be that Team 1 made it relatively expensive for Team 2. Remember, this is their full buy round, and losing, what was it, like losing 2 players in that might just hurt them in the long run, because now they are forced to, take a look at that.
Here.
Go in with Spectres, heavy shields, and a Marshal. Not quite sure how effective that's going to be, but I don't want to discount Baby TZ. We've seen how incredibly sharp she can be with this thing. Different approach by Team 1 at the current moment, however.
Oh, Kohabi watching that angle from so far away. And just pushing in with a drone.
Ooh!
It's always a great way to get that information. Eliza, my goodness, what a shot to lock odds. That's too much. She's going to find Gwen. And looking for another follow-up, but Baby TZ is there for the trade, and there it is. I feel like, of all the teams so far, Team 2 really have built so much cohesion together in the short time they've been playing together. So many trades, so many answers for each other, and crossfires being made. Some unsaid things, I'm pretty sure, when it comes to the double peaks. You love to see it.
Truly you do, but regardless, Team 1 are starting to find a little bit of cohesion of their own as well. That was a very lovely mid push, but whatever it is, the spike getting planted, now they have to play post-plant. I don't know if their lineups are going to be enough as Iceberg pushes forward. Kiferdaddy makes the quick adaptation to flick upwards, but she's going up against Kohibi, so now she has to stick to defuse. Trix comes in out of nowhere, and there it is. 8-8. Team 1 has something to say about that as well.
Thank you.
Really close rounds, Jace. And now they have 4 ultimates. I am just now noticing that.
Come into the unknown.
Could be really effective in taking down sites, but then again, you've got Baby TZ, you've got Kohibi with ultimates of their own. I don't know if that recon bolt was supposed to go there. It doesn't really quite get any information from that spot. There is no line of sight, so slow and careful approaches. You've got 2 players from Team 1 sneaking up 2, but they actually eliminate Kohibi from the back, like you've said so many times, Chase. They're just not able to deal with that, so taking down and thinning down the herd, Team 2 will no longer be able to defend the B site. You've got Alyssa still lurking, still finding frags. Meanwhile, the push goes towards A. The spike will be planted pretty soon, and Gwen, getting shot from the back as well, will not be able to respond in time. Lorecox, I don't think that she will be able to do this. She hears something for sure, but fortunately, can't even really get the burst into her. It's Alyssa. That's a free Vandal. It is a 9-8. Will we actually see Team 1 taking their victory on Icebox?
That could be. I mean, what a comeback story that would be, to be fair. Like, going from a 13-8 in their first game, they've already surpassed that point, and they've even got their Team 2 on 8 points. It would be almost a cosmic justice if they managed to get the 13-8, but still remains to be seen, because of course you do have a couple of factors to worry about still, mainly Kohibi and Baby TZ, and that is a great start, because Baby TZ, speak of the devil, finding the first kill and immediately repositioning to perhaps find a follow-up.
She's looking for it. Gonna maybe get spotted by the drone. Okay, that was awkward. Going in for the res. Iceberg wants to deny it, shoots a shock dart, but unfortunately leaves herself exposed, and too much will be able to take her down. So kind of a bit of a trade. They get a res, and they get a kill as well. Now continuing to push up front, Gwen as well as Kohibi, striking from the least expected position, the middle. tries to hold down the angle, but unfortunately this time with too many players going in for the peak, Kohibi gets eliminated, and this is now a guessing game, more or less, for Team 2. They have to figure out where the spike is headed towards, and hearing all these footsteps, they confirm that it's going to be B. Have to work together as a team, though, as a duo, if they want to have their best chances at winning this round.
Here.
Last player standing.
TZ trying to isolate these fights, but she's got herself into a 1
no.
versus 3 and looking for the right target. Too much. Great use of movement and utility to get around Baby TZ. And they are celebrating. Look at them dancing around as it is 10-8 now. And they have hit the double digits. That is going to reset the economy for Team 2. And what an adjustment and what a growth for Team 1 during these first 2 days.
That was a really amazing play by Too Much. I mean, first of all, there was that dismiss. Second of all, she decided...
We go.
There was that initial moment where she decided to kind of like run back in towards yellow. And then seeing that Baby TZ was scoped in, she pushes up front and past her scope. Baby TZ just couldn't flick around in time. There it is, 10-8. Team 1 might just be able to... Again, Team 2 actually won against Team 1 yesterday on Icebox. It was 13-8. This time, Team 1 are in the lead. And they are still finding frags. Look at where K4Didey is positioned. If you are Team 2 at this point in time, you have no idea where the Team 1 players are coming from. Oh, at least until we hear the zip line.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Iceberg
Spike down.
gonna be using the shorty to retrieve the spike, and this is just going bad to worse because yeah, you've got a 3 versus 2, but that spike is in your total control. You can use the utility coming out of the Sova to gain that information, and then here you got Gwen as well to provide some backup for the Sova, but they've actually left it behind. Wall goes up.
I got the spike.
30 seconds
They
left.
have retrieved it. So the plan here is to retake from second mid, and I think they should be aware of that fact. So Team 2,
Last player
considering
standing.
that information, should be taking full advantage. Tricks, it's going to shut down Gwen.
Oh, man.
Here comes a recon. She just pushes straight through Iceberg. Absolutely no fear, but doesn't check the right side, and K4Didey going to shut it down. 11-8. They're 2 rounds away to go.
This was Team 2's map pick. They expected to take Team 1 down in a similar fashion to yesterday's game, but they're just losing left and right. This is 4 straight rounds in a row now. I mean, I could see what Iceberg was trying to go for with the Hunter's Fury. She had it. She wanted to give them the spike, deny the spike plant. But with her teammate on nothing but a Spectre going in for the duel, I guess it just didn't really work out. And as soon as she pushed up front, with all that time that it takes to fire those beams, Team 1 set up for the perfect post-plant positions, and right now, looking to crack open the A site again. Here they go. Owl drones coming up the zip lines, trying to find elevated positions. It's Alyssa, who gets a little bit confused, hearing shots from above. Looks for Kohibi, actually connects onto her as she drops down. K4Didey finds a 3rd frag as well. And there it is, they got the full site. Barrier to block off screens as well, along with a toxic screen. And then the Viper's Pit. Oh, they want match point so bad.
Of course, this is not an easy situation to be in with Baby TZ going on that flank, and here Trix is waiting for it. Down she goes. And, I mean, for match point,
Wow.
Team 1, what a redemption.
It's not even just redemption anymore, considering the fact that this is Team 2's map pick. What's going to happen once we move over to Ascent, which is Team 1's map pick? The current attackers, the current assailants who have been chaining these rounds back to back. That's 5 round wins in a row. How does Team 2's economy look? Oh my, that doesn't look pretty. You might even go for Ares's, but they're going for the Spectres. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to defend with this. They need to play close range. They hear those zip lines, and it's getting really, really
It's like
dicey.
Jurassic Park. You can hear all the sounds, but you can't see what's coming for you.
Exactly.
Until it's right around the corner. It's terrifying. And so far, Team 1 have been terrifying. A frightening display of skill coming from Team Trix.
Oh my gosh, K for Daddy again. She just somehow managed to slip the net and in towards the top of tube. She's gonna meet Iceberg. Oh, Spectre off ankle though. She might be able to, but unfortunately the swing is a little bit too fast for her. And there it is, a 5v4. She secured a pretty strong position now. All she really needs to do is to buy enough time for her teammates to set a post plant to get the spike planted. Lord Cock's going to try to clear it out, but unfortunately will not be able to do it against Kfredidi. Snakebite to delay it even further.
Oh my goodness, baby TZ. That she just spots ahead for a second. Close shot there. Baby TZ will avoid the oh, what a shot! But she's just completely out in the open, and that should be the end unless Kohibi brings something amazing to the table. She's an amazing player. She can do some amazing things, but I think it's just too far gone. Of course, the only way to take her down again is from behind, and she does it one more time. Too much, well played, and 13-8, a perfect revenge story for Team 1.
It's exactly 13-8. The only thing that has swapped are the teams. That's awesome.
Amazing play there. Kohibi still at the very top there, though. Like, you have to always commend her. She's doing such a good job for her team. So is Baby TZ up in the top 3. But Kfredidi, you know, before jumping into the last game, she was worried because she was still full. She just eaten. She goes into that game. She tops the server. She jumps into this one, does the exact same thing. And I think just, like, what more can you say at that point? Eliza, too much. You know what? She had a slow day yesterday, but she's really come into her own in the last couple of games she's been playing as well. And I think each one of them have been just really stepping up for their teams. And you love to see it. The fact that these are just random teams made up, but how well they're supporting each other. You love to see it.
They're pros. They know how to. They've got that game sense. They kind of have that mutual understanding of what each other are trying to do. And when that clicks in their head, you see these plays that come out, and that's just absolutely incredible. Too much, by the way, from a team called Request Skins Saga, if I'm not wrong, from, I think it's Thailand or Indonesia. Might be Thailand. But this is not a regular team that we've seen in our FSL Elites, FSL Opens from last year. Like, they actually came out from the FSL Evolve series, the ones that have been rank limited tournaments, and she's just absolutely growing so much as a player. This is incredibly fun to watch. And if you think Baby TZ is that sharp of a player, just imagine what she could do on LAN. Imagine what she could do offline, because with Riot doing incredible things for women all around the globe, with VCT Game Changers possibly having that VCT Game Changers Worlds kind of tournament, I can't wait to see what they're gonna pull off, because this is absolutely incredible.
Can't wait for it. Hopefully LAN 2022 or 2023 for the women's scene would be an amazing step forward for the FPS scene here, especially in Southeast Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, before anything else, we're taking a short break before our second game. We'll be right back to see the results of map number 2. Some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth
your time, threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You find me dancing on my own, nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You find me dancing on my own, nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try.
Welcome back to the FSL Showdown. We're in for game number 2, and we're heading on to Ascent, where we'll see perhaps if Team Kohibi can manage to get their revenge and bring us into that third map, or if this is going to be the quick 2-0 coming in from Team 1. They have all the means to do so. They had a very convincing first map, and, you know, I don't think it's completely off the cards, but that was a very good game. Did you enjoy that?
I certainly did. I mean, 13-8, it's just a perfect revenge plot, storyline, whatever you want to call it, narrative. It happened so succinctly, so beautifully. You would have thought that Team 2, with Kohibi and Baby TZ's incredible performance, that they would repeat the same thing that they did yesterday, right? 13-8, but no. Team 1 just completely swapped it around, and you got players like Too Much just kind of stepping up to the plate, and Trix and Casper, everyone else, Alyssa, I think especially, who managed to find all these incredible, important, impactful frags, and they managed to, I guess, turn the scoreline around. But here we go. It's going to be Ascent, different map. This time it is Team 1's map pick, so I'm hoping that we can see some theatrics from them. However, I do want to point out, we just saw an incredible performance from Kohibi as well as Baby TC on this very map, where they played against Team 5, and they got that 13-1. I'm not sure if you remember that, Chase. It just happened.
Well, in this particular scenario, I think because we saw how it started off, right? Earlier today, we saw Team Kohibi getting that 13-1. They should have been feeling super confident jumping into this, and I wonder if that's what got to them.
I do.
Select your
I'm starting
agent.
to think that too. Well, they're kind of playing with us as well, hovering over some agents that I would have wished to see, but okay, going back to the standard, the classics. We've got Astra, we've got Killjoy, of course, Reyna and Jet, and just to finish things off, the cherry on top of the sundae, it's going to be Sova, Iceberg, and Trix, who happen basically Sova mains as well. They certainly will know how to play around this. And with another mirror matchup, like you said earlier on, Jace, it's going to come down to pure skill and how well they could actually coordinate with each other on the fly. Just not quite sure how they're actually going to be able to do that.
I'm trying to think, like, what is the difference to be made moving forward? Because it's not like Hybe was doing anything wrong. Baby TZ as well. They were doing so well moving into this, but it's just there was a certain level of teamwork that started coming through, especially once they switched sides. That attacker side, there was non-stop aggression, covering every avenue of entry and making sure that they were confirming those rounds. I think there's a lot of chaos you can create, especially when you have a Viper on your team and you have that wall to play around and whatnot.
Yes.
And so I'm thinking, in this situation, going into Ascent, yeah, this is Trix's map pick, and Team Kohibi, they lost their map pick. But this could still turn on its head simply because of the fact that you don't get that level of randomness anymore.
Yeah, I can see that threat that you're trying to tug at. And I just want to point out, like, that those tiny bits of chaos are something that is something that we saw in Icebox. Remember when Kfredite consistently went up tube? She sneaked up into those spots, and like you said, right, the only time that you can actually take Kohibi down is from the back. And this time around, they just push up front. They managed to eliminate Baby TZ. They managed to evade that little arrow shooting down Iceberg, and now they've got quick control over the site. I don't want to count Kohibi out, but this is a 2v4 scenario, and she is playing on a Sentinel yet again. This time not on Cypher, it's going to be Killjoy. Elevated position makes it a little bit more difficult for her to flick upwards too, and that is going to be Alyssa with the triple kill on her Ghost, securing pistol round for Team 1.
Well, to continue on that momentum, it's nice to see that they can keep that heat going. And let's see if Team 2 can bounce back. We have seen a stolen, if you remember on Icebox, they stole away that second round immediately, and there is the opportunity for that in response. Let's see here, because it's like the weapons they're not great. We did see quite a lot of it was classic kills on the other side of that wall. Here, not so much.
Because Icebox, certain sites can be a little bit smaller, a little bit tighter. This time it's going to be Ascent, completely open. And if you're on the B site, you might be able to find something like that, an initial frag. But
Spike planted.
once they start to rush you down with those Spectres, the run and gun is going to make it that much more difficult for those Share shots. The connect, Baby TZ trying to make use of a shorty. Goes up close, point blank range, only able to take out one. Gwen is on the other side now, and she only has a frenzy. It's better than nothing, but if you got 3 players pushing into you, I'm not quite sure how you're going to be able to spray every single one of them down. You only have 10 rounds in the chamber. She's only good for the first one, but then Trix comes in. And just as we see it happen, Team 1 secure the lead. 2-0, they don't lose all that much, except for 3 players.
This is going to be the full buy, but half armor, that is interesting. Because 3 of them invested enough that they wanted to do a bit of damage, and they have done a bit of damage, but I don't know, perhaps the hope there was to try and steal away that second round. But I think they may be putting themselves in a precarious situation here. Those players on half HP, they can fall victims to these sheriffs, they can fall victims to these specters. Those rifles get picked up, that's a free upgrade for our attacking side, and suddenly you're looking at fully armored enemies going up against you with the weapons that you just picked up because you invested properly into the armor. So Team 1, that worked great in their favor. Team 2, I'm not that worried. I'm sure they can still close this out, but there's always that chance.
That's a very good point. And along with that chance, I think you're going to want to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more disciplined, which is why I'm a little bit nervous about Lorcox peeking and pushing past the crossing in towards that little cubby around A short. She might just be pinned down, and if she continues to peek, might just lose her head. And if that happens, you lose numbers on your defensive side, you weaken your defensive positions and chances. Still, though, the utility is not too bad. It actually prevents Team 1 from pushing past it. Too much, though, trying to close in the distance now. Well, actually, Tilwin's back in towards B. They might just pull out the rotate now that the Astra Nebulas have been popped off. Oh! Still, again, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. We've got Baby TZ on the other side. Kohibi now chiming in. The 2 star fraggers on the side of Team 1. They've run out of time. No chance that Team 1 can go in to get the spike planted anymore. Alyssa, the best that she can do at this point is to go for a couple more frags, but runs out of ammo. They might just rush into her. There are 2 players on the other side. And that's going to be Kohibi finishing off with a triple kill. 1-2. Somewhat standard, but still a valiant effort by Team 1.
Let's see here. As Gwen and Lorcos have to settle back onto the Spectres, this is where that money problem comes into play. Eliza, she's been pushing forward towards the A side, and I love this style of play on Ascent. You take full control over towards A, over towards B, and then you split the player, especially a Jet sitting up in high mid to perhaps catch anyone that might be peeking down mid. It's a great way to take advantage of that situation. Gwen, she only has a Spectre here. She has to make sure that the fights that come her way are going to be close range with a boost, the dash straight into the site, but Gwen will win that fight. And too much going to be going down as Gwen, once again, looking for this fight, will retrieve the Vandal, give herself that long range advantage yet again. And down goes the star once more. They are now at the disadvantage, but they're kind of boxing themselves in here. There's no need to commit. Aphrodite is going to create that space for them to work with, though.
Placing alarm bot.
The hunt begins.
Fortunately, they're just gonna stay in that corner where they won't be affected by the lockdown. And now maybe they don't really expect it. Actually, Alyssa will. Turns at the very right time, takes down Gwen.
30 seconds left.
And now all they gotta worry about is 3 more players. The spike has been planted.
You want
They're pretty much good to go for now. But oh, Casper, again, astral form in an exposed area. Thankfully, she's put out the Cosmic Divide in the nick of time, so that hurts Team 2's chances at retaking. They have to jump down, and that puts them in a vulnerable spot. Coming in from Garden will be Kohibi, but she's only able to find 1 frag, and Alyssa with a quadra kill in this round. She breaks it completely open and secures the 3rd win for Team 1.
That is going to be just absolute hell on their economy going forward. Baby TZ, you see how much she has to save because she needs to pick up that operator just to start stringing together some rounds. I think that can make a big difference moving forward. But in this particular round, Team 1, they should be taking this no problem. They have the weapons. They have no excuses not to convert this round.
Certainly gonna try, but there's just so much space, so many variables, that perhaps Team 1 are just looking a little bit too strong right now, walking in, finding entry frags. Baby TZ going to try to answer back, but she needs to be very careful and very accurate with her blades. Iceberg will be there to assist her, but now the door's been shut in her face, and it's going to be that straight up 3v3 retake. Checks in the corners, unaware that there might be a player inside of B main. She goes in for the peek, does find K4Deity. Has to be very cautious about her approach now. Will be able to get the refresh onto It's Too Much. Looks for K4Deity. Looks to make that right click happen, but unfortunately it misses, and Iceberg not able to follow up as well. K4Deity holds her ground, securing the 4th win for Team 1.
They did do a great amount of damage, to be fair. Considering they didn't really invest too much into that round, that's a huge amount of damage. But still, K4Deity will close it out. That is the important part. And now they have the weapons available and the operator in the hands of Baby TZ. So this could be the thing that makes a difference. But again, it's another situation where we're not seeing full armor for 2 of these players.
Oh, I don't know. I'm starting to get nervous, Jace. Economy is good for now, and Baby TZ will have the operator in her hands to do tricks just like that. 4 targets remaining, and Team 1, suddenly aware of the operator, might just look to find a different approach to deal against it. You want to walk into the B site, but you gotta be wary of Kohibi, along with her gadgets and gizmos galore. Slowly setting up for it. Perhaps the shock dart will eliminate those nano swarms. There goes the first one. There goes the recon bolt as well. Nebula being propped up, and that just kind of discourages Team 2 from peeking in. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Divide allows them to push up front, but Casper strikes at the right time, takes Kohibi down, goes back in for another burst, finds the second, now the third, flicks to the 4th, doesn't quite get it, but that's okay because Alyssa is here to back her up. And the main thing is that they have the spike down on the B site. Iceberg stuck in a 1v3, Nano Swarm right at the bottom of her boots. She's gonna have to be careful about her peaks now. A single mistake, someone might swing from lane. And there goes the Nanoswarm just to delay time even further. She misses the first spray and unfortunately will not be able to recover. Only able to take down Alyssa, where Trix comes in and makes the trade. 5 wins for Team 1.
That is a very convincing spray down there from Casper as well. And Iceberg, you can see that thinking that she had finished off that spray, perhaps that second, just that second made the difference. Because there's a world where there's a flick that comes straight onto Trix's head, and that would have just been it, finished, and then the finish off into the side as well. But 5-1 now, and my goodness, Team 1, what a recovery this has been.
You should run.
I was just trying to figure out how they're doing it. I mean, the way that they're pushing together as a team, got some interesting plays as well. This is a squad that, you know, it's a showdown. It's a show match. They're random players put together, but here we go. Team 2 trying to get a little bit cheeky with their peaks, but unfortunately they're only Sheriff, so unless it's super accurate, you're not going to be able to find a frag, and Team 1 continue to march on forward, but oh! A shock dart with a double kill! Alyssa comes in to deny that glory, and now picks up the spike to get it planted on the B site. You got K4Daddy on a bit of a flank as well, though. I'm not quite sure if Lordcox is aware of this. Gets shot in the back of her skull, and 6 wins is what Team 1 is sitting on.
I got money.
Dude,
Need something?
15 kills, 4 deaths. K4Daddy on 9 kills and 1 death. This is different compared to what we saw yesterday and maybe earlier on today.
I wonder if this is on part because of Team 2. Perhaps after that first loss, maybe they've lost a bit of steam going into this, or if this is Team 1 really stepping up. But either way, it is making for some amazing playthroughs.
Certainly amazing. They're not slowing down. The pace might be a little bit careful, a little bit methodical. They're not just blindly rushing in, and that might be another thing that gives them the wins. But here we go. They try to push up front. They go in with a Cosmic Divide, but you gotta worry about that lockdown. Maybe not so much now that the Hunter's Fury has eliminated it. Nanoswarms will stifle their initial push, however, and Baby TC just waiting for the best time to peak. Cosmic Divide will go down in about 5 more seconds, and now they're looking to gain control of the site. There it goes. Down it drops, the curtain falls, and 3 players might just lose their lives. The sprays continue to ring forward, and Baby TC connects a gnarly shot, but K4Daddy from the back, it's a triple spray! And that leaves Trix alone in a 1v2. Recon Ball kind of reveals her position.
Oh!
Lordcox flicks to take it down. Kohibi doesn't even care, continues to push up front, gets the frag, and just like that, secures the second win, picks up the operator and the defuse.
That is a very unfortunate situation, to be honest. Like Kohibi on 4 HP to shut that down. That was so close for Team 1, but well played by Kohibi to get them their second point. There's smart play from Trix there. You know, turn attention away from one of the players. Try and just to try and pull attention away. Try to isolate one of those fights. But Kohibi, she knew she could rely on her teammate there. That little bit of trust definitely saved them that round. If they both turned to it, that would have been the end.
Exactly. And that is kind of lovely to see, despite these girls just being formed into random teams. But here we go. Holodrone's gonna pass by each other, getting quite a bit of intel. And now they're just thinking about committing into the B site. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad trying to create a little bit of confusion on the A site. That is where the spike is as well. Rotation's going forward now. And Baby TZ just making her presence known on the B site. Might be forced to rotate over. But Too Much wants to seize that initiative. Dashes in with the Blade Storm. Unfortunately not quite able to connect the shots. Instead, it's going to be Gwen that connects it. And now able to upgrade her Spectre into a Vandal. Baby TZ just on time as well. The operator stopping them from pushing forward. Down to 1 HP, but it's all okay as the spike has been dropped, and that forces K4Daddy to stick around this one spot where Gwen will peak yet again. A flawless win for Team 2.
Baby TZ staying alive on 1 HP, like... it's not like that would have been the decider of the round, but it's just seeing them surviving by the skin of their teeth. It's interesting to see. Baby TZ will hold on to that operator and will try and take a bit of control towards mid. And is ready for that dash out as well. Kohibi here to back her up. Having 2 of your strongest players in mid. Very scary prospect for Team 1. And how do they intend to deal with that? They actually don't look like they want to deal with it at all. They're just going to watch in case the push comes too far forward. There is a spray down from Kohibi to stop anyone from peeking up towards long. But Baby TZ has spotted one, and I think they saw each other, and it was just a little bit awkward. So it's like, let's just avoid each other for now, shall we? As Too Much hiding just around the door can definitely take this kill, but oh no, I think she might have missed the timing. Gwen is going to be finding kills K4Daddy meanwhile, but Much has repositioned inside of Bamboo, and it's going to be Baby TZ to take her down. Oh my goodness, this AWP has been such a game changer for Team 2.
Last player standing.
Oh no, and now it's the Lear. She's completely blind. Kohibi, along with her teammates, take full control over the site just after it's been taken from them. It's Team 2 starting to mount a comeback, 4-6. I mean, that operator.
I think, you know, just that comment by itself, it reminds me of one of my first ever casts, because I had a partner that had it was his first time ever casting, and he didn't know exactly what to say about a particular play, so he just goes, "Oh, the shot," and it was it just went flat. I was like, "Whoa, what?" But in this particular scenario, just saying that up, it makes perfect succinct sense, because it has been such a game changer, and it speaks for itself. Baby TZ, oh, she's not gonna do it again too much. Don't run into that. Baby TZ, she's holding this angle. Just one flash, just one smoke, something, anything to get her out of this position.
Oh my god, what is my...
Oh no, oh, missed shot! Rare miss as well. Baby TZ doesn't generally miss those, interestingly enough. She's just gonna have to back away for now.
Managed to swing just wide enough. Take a look at what's happening on the B side as well. We have the Reyna player kind of getting a little bit inquisitive. So that's why they're not really fully committing onto the A side just yet. The lockdown, maybe to bait rotations over. They need to make enough noise, make enough of a presence to sell that fake. But oh, the alarm bot. That's the big tell. And unfortunately, with the spike all the way at the site of B lobby, it might take a little bit too long because Kohibi is already in position.
30 seconds left.
There's a lockdown available as well.
Oh, there it is.
Nowhere to run.
Where's the spike? It's a little bit too late. You got 20 seconds left. Hunter's Fury going to delete that lockdown, but it's going to be that full party coming in to crash onto you. 5v4. Whoa, Cosmic Divide blocks off, but another Cosmic Divide as well. Casper. Doing really courageous things.
Baby TZ. If anyone can re-enter with an operator, it's only Baby TZ. Casper seems to be disconnected. Oh dear, that has left things in a bit of a pickle here, because Lorcas just needs to do the wall bang tricks. Amazing play.
Last round before the switch.
Tricks! Okay, a little bit unfortunate, but Tricks just managed
salvages
to save it. The recon bolt timing, managing to shoot through the wall. That is incredible. Wow, look at that.
Casper just disappears there. I don't know what went on, but well, it is what it is. Unfortunately, I think Casper should be back though. You can see her walking around on the map, so it doesn't look like there's any particular issues. But Trix just salvaging things really well there for her team, keeping them 3 points in the lead. Perhaps we get another 5-7 or fabled 8-4. But Baby TZ, she'll take those all day long, and that could spell the end. That's a spike down, and that's your controller gone. It's going to be so much more difficult to take these sides now.
That operator. But here we go, too much in a closer position. It doesn't even matter because Trix is going to be one to secure that kill. Picks up the spike as well. So going in for a bit of a reset now. Team 1 has a couple more options. They might actually just overwhelm the A site, but they've got to be very, very precise with that timing. The stars that are placed down by Team 2 are what concerns me. Oh. And Avon, a little bit of an uncharacteristic miss by Iceberg as well. Here we go, too much on a bit of a lurk. She's going to be good to cut them off on the rotations, just at least for the first one, while the spike goes down in B. Kferdaddy not aware that Lorcox has spotted her. Still though, going in for the duel, she peeks and just a little bit too slow. Kferdaddy finishes it off, and here we have it, Chase. The number that you don't really like. The 4-8 at the end of the first half.
It's just too common, man. Do something new, something different, you know? But, I mean, well played, absolutely. going into the second half. This defender side can be quite difficult on Ascent, especially with Baby TZ and Kohibi on the offensive. They'll be setting the pace. They'll be the ones making the space for themselves and deciding when to go for those pushes. And they can be so difficult to read and so difficult to counter. But what you can rely on is the fact that Baby TZ, if she is going to pick up that operator, it's not going to be to hold angles, it's going to be to push them. And that does give you a little advantage, but still, Baby TZ peeking with an operator can be difficult to contest.
Oh boy. Well, he's looking for that sharp pinpoint accuracy. Baby TZ, now that she's on the attack, might be able to do something different with her ghost, not an operator. Team 1 seems to have read the situation correctly, though, and that's also because 2 March has marched forward, and she's calling out that A main is clear. Walks all the way back from defender spawn, and she's on quite the journey. Unfortunately, just kind of misses the initial initial wave. Misses her shots as well, but Kohibi is down to 5 HP, so that's good enough. Allows for Alyssa to pick up the overheal, the second dink as well. So it doesn't even matter that Team 2 is on the A site because retakes just might be able to do it. Aphrodite goes in for the peaks, gets shot from the back, but that's not quite a problem. Door gets destroyed, and now the shots go forward. Alyssa
180
gets taken out by Baby TZ. Now we're down to that 1v1. Dancing back and forth, jumping all over the place, just making enough noise. But Trix is looking to stick it. She's gotten it halfway now. Hearing a little bit more sounds. She's looking for that frag onto Baby TZ, who is down at 50 HP. Needs that right click. Oh, she just sticks it. That's cool. That is
Pros don't
good.
fake.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, Trix. She is just so gutsy. I mean, it speaks for itself, this round in particular. Look how much map control they took. They took the entirety of spawn. They took mid control. They caught the rotation going through mid. And just to hold that defuse to the very end, Baby TZ not expecting it. And Trix, she leads by example. And she's shown us just another example of what a great leader can do.
Honestly. I mean, that is why, okay, we talk about frags all day. But Trix, she provides her own value to the team. 2 March as well. I mean, you need to have a certain sense of bravado to actually walk all the way past A main. She's maybe starting to do the same thing this round as well. Meanwhile, the push from Team 2 actually headed down mid in towards market. But I think Trix is already aware of this. Sends her owl drone to scout it out, and she spots 3, well, maybe 2 players at the very least. But she's going to do what she can to deny and delay that push. Ooh! What a shot by Iceberg in towards Alyssa's face, but does it even matter though? You don't have the control that you need. She's trying to come back around to support her teammates, but the frags are just too good. Trix is there to stop it. And right now, Iceberg's trying to run for her life. Meets Aphrodite's Spectre, but at that range, it's going to be a little bit difficult against a Sheriff, so it just comes down to map control again in a 1v2 scenario. 1 on each site. Iceberg needs to find the frag.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Has a recon. Picks up a Spectre. Oh, but the turret gives away her position. Goes in to scout out the back of site, but right now has to commit to the plant, and in those few seconds, it's going to allow for Team 1 to come in and regroup. Not even necessary, because Aphrodite just stands right below the stairs. And there it is, Team 1, after sustaining several losses, 3 players dead, but that's okay. It's a 10-4 scoreline.
This is appearing a lot more one-sided than any of us were anticipating, I think, going into these finals. And we can see precisely why they picked Ascent as their final map as well. They are confident on it. They want to take all the map control. They want to take these fights. They are winning a lot of these fights, these initial peaks on towards each other as well. And it's just round after round here. This is now another 4 rounds in a row going the way of Team 1.
Team 2's got to figure out a way to stop that momentum, but wow. Sustaining damage to the turret. Maybe TZ down to 32 HP. I just don't know if she can perform as well as she used to. Now that they've been somewhat discouraged. Shock darts in as well, but what they don't expect is that Kohibi now will be looking to exploit this position that 2 March has been pushing out front. With 5 players still on the squad, somewhat healthy, lurking inside of positions. Depends on how Team 1 goes in for their peaks, and K4Daddy playing it a little bit safe will call that there are players inside of B main. Goes in for the peaks all of a sudden, and that just might have cost Team 1 the round. They're losing numbers, losing defenders. Team 2 can actually overrun any single site now.
"30 seconds left.
Shot down.
Last player standing.
There it is, Spectres going forward. Not a single sense of fear inside the minds of Team 2's players.
Standing ahead.
Nanoswarm being popped up around the door as well, and now Trix is having questions in her mind. Is there a player behind me? Might have heard something coming in from heaven as well. If she can actually eliminate Icebreak, that makes things a little bit easier, but you still got to keep in mind Kohibi up over by A main. That's one of the trickiest players to deal with. Crosshair placement a little bit off, and Kohibi just a little bit sharper. The triple kill in this round puts her team back on the board. It is a 5-10.
They have managed to bounce back 1, but the weapons are coming out here once again for Team 1. And again, it's looking better. We are seeing Ares, we're seeing 4 rifles, and there's 2 Spectres on this attacking side. And it can make your entries that much more difficult. The good thing is when you are on the entry, you can have your duelist go in first. And since Kohibi is sitting on a Sentinel, she can pick up any rifles that may get dropped in the process. But what's an even worse situation is if you lose all your rifles on the way in and then you've got no way of recovering them, and then you're 2 players against 5 rifles and you've got Spectres.
Get out of my way!
So it's, again, weaponry is a really, really important thing to consider, and that is why economy matters so much in this game. But Team 2 not looking to give up their current lead in terms of momentum, trying to string things back into their favor. They need to find those opening picks. Unfortunately, the B site is just a little bit too heavily fortified. And you gotta be careful with these forward positions that Trix and Gang are playing as well. Alyssa, perhaps trying to set up a bit of a peek. Goes in to find a person trying to pick up the altar, gets a double as well. Immediately dismisses away. And despite the lockdown being committed,
30 seconds left.
there is a push headed towards the B site as well.
Blocking sight.
TZ finding entries of her own. It's going to be that straight up 3v3 retake scenario with, I believe that's Kohibi traveling the long way around. Cosmic Divide to try to delay the timing even further.
Kohibi's position is very important right now, but they're already inside the site and taking those fights. Gwen will find Casper. There's Kohibi on the clutch, and Eliza now in the 1 versus 2. Spots the player over to Boathouse. Great shot. Oh, she finds the ace! Eliza! She has gotten the 11th point for her team. Oh my goodness.
5 HP! 5 HP, Jace! I have no idea how she did that, but she just flicked so many different degrees of accuracy back and forth, actually picking up the ace. The 2 initial frags at the start of the round with her very, very incredibly well-timed peaks around A main as well. This girl is waking up onto the server. 23 kills, 12 deaths. That was an ace. That is a clip.
That is an incredible clip. Well, baby TZ will be peeking from mid down towards the entrance, but has been smoked off. Again, I'm not sure who's coordinating all these defenses, but they're doing a good job. HEYIMQUACK, though, will find the first kill. That's too much. Be taking the first couple of bullets for this round.
Not too big of a problem. Nebula will dissipate in time, and the second one goes up now. Really just trying to burn off that utility that Team 1 is trying to put up front.
Revealing area.
Now that 2 Nebulas have been used, Team 2 looking to rotate back around. But what I'm curious about is, I believe that's Kfredite's position up over by mid link. She has to be silent. She has to connect these shots and stop them from rotating over. 2 frags for 1 death. That is not too bad at all. Cosmic Divide to slow it down as well. What is Team 2 going to do from here on out?
30 seconds left.
Oh my god.
Dude, there's so many targets, but where do you go
Oh
from there?
my
Oh,
God.
she still does it! There's another kill for her, and she's looking for the last one. Eliza, she is the queen of the B site, and no one is allowed to touch it. 12 and 5, that is for match point.
She's set up camp. She's got all her bags. She's got all her weaponry. She's got her Empress, her crown, her tiara, whatever it is. And it's all down on the B site. Anyone who tries to walk past her way, she just plays around that triple stack. And there is no way for them to actually find a comfortable duel against her. This is match point now for Team 1, a completely different color as compared to yesterday. And the difference in terms of prize, 650 SGD and 350. A difference of $300 is what's at stake. And Baby TZ doesn't even care.
That is unfortunate. Casualty very start here, but Eliza, they've realized who they're peeking against. You actually saw one jump straight back after that peek.
Oh no.
What a shot from HEYIMQUACK. She was still running. Like, the counter strafe is just insanity.
That mechanically gifted. Let's see if Kfredite has something to say about this though. Gets the first one. Nanoswarm delays the push as well. Rotations coming through from her team. She's good to spray them down as well. The triple! And now that leaves HEYIMQUACK alone and cold in a 1v3 scenario. Saw that recon. Crosshair placement down onto its tricks. And then the lockdown getting deployed. They have no choice but to push up front, and Eliza is trying to flush her out of position. But no! HEYIMQUACK loses the duel! And despite her heroics, Eliza closes it out, putting Team 1 on top of Team 2, the grand champions of FSL Valorant Showdown 2022.
Amazing, amazing recoveries there from Team 1. Imagine going into this game, Team 2 had beaten 4 of the teams they were going to go up against at any point in this tournament. And Team 1, they lost 2, they won 2, sorry, they lost 1. And it was to this particular team, and they won all the other games. And going into this, it just looked like it was absolutely their game from start to finish. Eliza coming to life here on the second map as well. 28 kills to her name, 12 deaths, a 2.5 KD, something like that. Just such a good performance from these girls from Team 1. And it's, you know, it's a perfect storyline. They started at the bottom. They went through their training arc. You know, they'd lost to this big team that went on to beat everyone else. And everyone was like, oh, no one's going to beat them. And then here at the very end, after all of the training, they unlocked their final form. And here it is. It's Eliza in first place. It's Kfredite in second. Trix, Casper, and Too Much, respectively, in that order as well. And 650 SGD to be divided between them.
It's a deserved award. I mean, you talked about it, right? The training arc. In my head, I'm just picturing, you know, you got a whole montage, maybe some Rocky Balboa music, running up the stairs, you know, something along those lines. And they have done it. I mean, this is just incredible. First of all, I mean, this is a show match just to kind of showcase the girls of FSL and how talented they actually are, each and every single one of them. But it's incredible when you actually see a team, along with perhaps a team leader, to be able to group them up and kind of lead them to victory, because I don't know how they did it, but they managed to find some way to coordinate themselves. They've somehow managed to sync up their brainwaves and to think along the same thoughts, the same lines, and they managed to play together as a team.
And what more can be said? When it comes down to it, the women's scene, they're more connected than you realize, and it looks like any player can play with any player at this point. They're all at that level. They're already doing what they need to do. FSL LAN, one day, hopefully. We'll wait for that moment because I want to see it. Imagine all this performance, but on that LAN ping, that crisp shots and everything happening the way it's supposed to happen. That's what really separates the girls from the women. And I think in this particular situation, it would be an amazing experience for them as well. But that, I think, is going to be it. 650 SGD for Team 1, 350 SGD for Team 2. They did an amazing job as well. Kahivi's team, all of them, Baby TZ, really put up the works. But at the end of the day, it really was Team 1 that brought it home and did it in a very stylish way as well. And a big thank you again to Intel, to Yahoo, and of course my partner Quack for being here for me today. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too. Now I'm just waiting for you to ask me out. But whatever it is, this is FSL Valorant Showdown. It's an incredibly fun weekend of watching these girls perform at the highest level. But this is not it. This is not the only tournament that we will have at FSL. I mean, just go to gamechangers.fsl.gg because we are going to have VCT Game Changers APAC coming up pretty soon next month. And following that, a lot more Valorant action and a lot more other games on FSL as well for all women to compete in. And, maybe one day at the VCT Game Changers Worlds at FSL LAN, we're all hoping for that, fingers crossed. Let it be known in the chat. Ask all the FSL mods and admins that you want a LAN or something, and maybe they'll just do it for us. But whatever it is, it's been an awesome weekend. Do you have any closing? You have a cat. You have any closing words, Jace?
She's got zoomies, so it's probably time to end the show now. And thank you very much for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure being with you for the entire weekend. I'm sure Zayora wishes to say a big thank you to you guys as well. But until the next one, you'll be seeing Quack again, that's for sure. And, I can't wait to see you again as well. So until then, have a very nice afternoon and rest of your weekend, and a happy Valentine's Day to all of you at home as well.